Chapter 484. Following the destruction of the Heavy Sword sect, it caused quite a bit of turmoil in the Northwest. Many sects were worried that some unknown force was invading the Northwest. Every sect strengthened their defenses and let their disciples restrain themselves from causing trouble. And the person who caused all of this was leisurely sitting on a gold and white striped wolf king. He had just left the Purple Sky sect. When the martial artists on the official road saw the majestic wolf king, they were so scared that they hid far away. When those people saw the wolf king run far away, someone was very unhappy and raised his middle finger and cursed in a low voice. "You think you're amazing just because you have a big wolf. My dog is smaller than your wolf, but it can still run around with me." When that person finished speaking, he found that he was shrouded by a black shadow. How can there be a dense black fog on a sunny day? That person murmured and then looked up. This time he was dumbfounded. He saw a man riding on a ferocious bald lion eagle staring at him coldly. The bald lion eagle screeched incessantly, its claws seemingly about to claw at his head. "Lord, do you need something?" That person was so scared that he asked while trembling. Before the young man on the vulture eagle could speak, a faint voice came from not far away. "Forget it, don't kill people so easily. You have to learn from this young master, and be kind to others." The vulture eagle person respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Then he no longer paid attention to that person, and commanded the vulture eagle to chase. That person saw that the other party had left. Plop! His whole body immediately went limp and yellow and white things came out of his pants. In his heart he cried and cursed. "So what if you have a vulture eagle? I was so scared that I peed. How can I live?" The person who just rode the wolf was the cause of the destruction of the Heavy Sword sect, Ling Xiao. The person riding the vulture eagle was naturally the savage leopard. If other people heard this leader of the Heavy Sword sect say those words just now, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this guy was a compassionate and good person. Ling Xiao was lying on the back of the wolf with a piece of hay in his mouth. He looked very relaxed. Now he looked like a mystic Night Realm martial artist, and the aura of a Monarch Realm martial artist had been more or less restrained. As long as he could reach the stage where he could completely conceal his aura, then he would have successfully refined the concealing breath technique. This cultivation technique is really not bad. Although it doesn't have any offensive effect, it is very good for concealing one's whereabouts. Of course, if my mental strength wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find that fellow. I really picked up a treasure, Ling Xiao thought proudly. When he was on his way to the Heavy Sword clan, he started to cultivate the concealing breath technique. After destroying the Heavy Sword clan and taking all of their resources, he immediately left the Heavy Sword clan. On his way back, he focused on cultivating again. He was not far from mastering the concealing breath technique. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that there would be such a dramatic turn of events when he was supposed to personally destroy the Chong Sword sect. There was actually someone who killed all the higher-ups of the Chong Sword sect on his behalf, which saved him a lot of effort. Ever since Luo Meiying had been stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to destroy the Heavy Sword sect one day. If he succeeded, then he would have finally fulfilled one of his wishes. If he had the opportunity to bring Luo Meiying back to life in the future, then that would be even more perfect. But Yun Mingqi had already left for the central region. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to part with her. "I hope that old woman can take good care of Mingqi. Otherwise, I'll kill you no matter what rank your sect is," muttered Ling Xiao. Now that the matter with the Heavy Sword sect was over, Ling Xiao had to rush back to Chuji City to refine the vitality-prolonging pill for the priestess. He would accompany her for the rest of her days before rushing back to Meteor City. He didn't use the blue flood dragon because it had just fought with the blue crown rock and had yet to recover its energy. Ling Xiao didn't want it to be too tired, so he had the Golden Wolf King run a bit. The Golden Wolf King's bloodline had been purified by Ling Xiao, and it had become a rank 5 spirit beast. Its running speed was also extremely fast. On this day, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard passed by Burning City. This sect that was closest to the Purple Sky sect was also the Lao clan's territory. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of how he had fled from here in a sorry state. He felt that everything in life was truly unpredictable. A year ago he had only been a spirit master, But now he was a king. He even had a rank 6 spirit beast that could protect him. He could even kill a rank 7 sect. In Ling Zhao's eyes, the Lao clan was just an ordinary clan. They couldn't pose any threat to him. This young master has a compassionate heart, so I'll let you off today. I hope you'll be more tactful in the future. Don't think that just because you have a bit of strength, you can act like a tyrant. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He put away the Golden Wolf King and flew over Burning Ground City, a powerful aura spreading out. In the back mountain of the Lao clan, where the Lao clan's ancestor was cultivating in seclusion, a figure flew out and shouted, "Where did this friend come from? Since you're passing by my burning city, why don't you come down and have a seat?" The person who flew out was naturally the Lao clan's ancestor, Lao Yueran. Ling Xiao just looked indifferently at Lao Yueran, who had chased out, and didn't have any intention of responding. Savage Leopard, who was behind him, shouted at Lao Yueran, "Go back!" A powerful pressure was unleashed. Puff! Lao Yueran only felt a sweetness in his chest. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his body was smashed down uncontrollably. This is the power of a high-level Earth Emperor? Lao Yueran looked at the two people who had already flown far away in shock. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Otherwise, he would have obediently stayed in the back mountain and not come out. He muttered dispiritedly, "It seems that I've been a frog in a well all these years." Guzhai City, in the flower garden behind the priest hall. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants everywhere. There were spirit grasses that could increase one's power, and there were also spirit flowers that contained incomparable poison. A beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes, with shiny silver bells hanging around her body, and all kinds of gorgeous ornaments made her look so graceful and luxurious. This woman had just turned 20 years old, and her facial features were exquisite as if they were carved. She had big eyes, long eyelashes, a pretty nose, and sexy lips, all of which displayed the youth and beauty of the rising sun. Her skin wasn't white, but it was delicate and full of healthy luster. Her gorgeous clothes couldn't hide her impressive figure. In the arms of this woman was a baby in swaddling clothes. She looked at the baby with a happy smile and murmured, "Tia, do you miss your father? Do you know that your eyebrows are the same as your father's, thick and thick, making you look very handsome and masculine? Also, your nose is also as big and straight as your father's. When you grow up, you will definitely be more handsome than your father." The baby in the woman's arms was indeed beautiful. He had completely inherited the most outstanding and perfect side of his parents. In the future, he would definitely grow up to be a handsome man. As he listened to his mother's words, his bright eyes widened and his mouth kept calling out, "Iya." The woman used her finger to lightly tap the baby's mouth and said, "Little glutton, you're hungry again, right? Mother will feed you now." After saying that, the woman carried the baby to the side of the stone bench and sat down. Then she pulled open the lapel of her clothes, revealing the white and round saintess peak inside. The bright red flowers were dripping with delicious nectar. After the baby held the beautiful flower in his mouth, he finally stopped his greedy little mouth. He sucked it with great satisfaction, and his other little claw was mischievously moving around his mother's saintess peak. The woman said with a face full of anger, "You little mischievous brat, you only know how to occupy the right place now. When you grow up, you won't be like this. Otherwise, you'll be like your father, playing around outside and not knowing how to go home." At this point, the woman looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of sadness. The woman fed the baby, and the baby stopped crying. He happily closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this time, an old man holding a scepter walked in from outside the courtyard. "Grandpa, you're here." The woman carried the baby and greeted him. The old man said with slight dissatisfaction, "Didn't I tell you to let the maids take care of you and your son? Why did you chase them all out?" "Grandpa, I can take care of Tian, or by myself. I can't be at ease with them taking care of me," the woman replied. "Child, why are you so stubborn? Your body is still very weak right now, and Tianer is so young. It won't do without someone to take care of him. Listen to Grandpa and let the two maids stay behind to take care of you and your mother. If you don't feel at ease, you can take care of Tian, the old man said with concern. His old eyes looked at the baby in the woman's arms, revealing a very doting expression. "Then we'll do as Grandpa says," the woman replied. She then said to the sleeping baby, "Tiana, look at how much Grandpa loves you. When you grow up, remember to be filial to Grandpa. Don't let Grandpa worry about you, okay?" The old man was very happy. "Carry Tiana into the house. He's still young and can't stand the cold outside." "Grandpa, how can there be a cold on such a sunny day? Let him come out to get some fresh air. He'll be healthier," the woman replied. "Then let him grow up a bit before bringing him out. Children's bodies are very weak," the old man stubbornly said. The woman could only listen to the old man and carry the baby into the house. She placed him on the bed and let him sleep. Afterward, the woman helped the old man out of the hall. "Grandpa, if I'm not here in the future, you must take good care of Tion. Also, tell him that his father is an amazing person." The woman immediately became solemn and knelt in front of the old man. The old man revealed a displeased expression and forcibly lifted her up. His eyes were filled with sadness as he said, "Yenuter is my great-grandson. If I don't take care of him, who should I take care of? It's just that it's fine even if I don't mention his father. More than half of the 2 years have passed, and he still hasn't returned. I think, sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have killed him." "No, Grandpa, he must still be searching for the Heaven-Gu divine art. He said that he would definitely return within 2 years. I believe him, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that day," the woman said very firmly. "You child, what's so good about him that he's worthy of you being so infatuated with him?" The old man sighed and then said, "I hope Shinjizi is right." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyelids twitched heavily. His old eyes burst out with light as he shouted, "What a powerful aura! Who dares to invade my Guji city?" Chapter 485. The old man's speed was very fast, like a bolt of lightning in the silent night. At the same time, several dozen figures also flew up at the same time in Guji city. In an instant, several dozen figures surrounded the newcomer. All of their auras sealed off this part of the world, making it difficult for even a fly to fly in. The old man appeared in front of the newcomer and shouted coldly, "Who dares to trespass into my Guji city?" Guji city was located at the border between Purple Sky sect and Moon Worshipping sect. It was an independent city, not a subsidiary city of any sect. They had also reached an agreement with the 2 sects that no one was allowed to disturb them. Otherwise, even the 2 sects would have to bear the consequences. "Grandpa, it's me," Ling Xiao exclaimed to the old man. The old man froze for a moment, then opened his half-squinted eyes and said with a slightly sluggish expression, It's you, brat, you've returned." Ling Xiao smiled foolishly, then cupped his hands towards the dozens of people around him. These people had all seen Ling Xiao, although they hadn't seen each other for more than a year. How could their son-in-law not remember his appearance? "Greetings, son-in-law." The people bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and greeted him in unison. "Son-in-law." When the woman in the hall heard this voice, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled, and her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. She rushed out of the room at the fastest speed in her life and flew towards the sky. When she saw the newcomer's face, the handsome face that constantly lingered in her mind overlapped with his. He seemed to have become more stable and handsome. That smile still made her feel warm and at ease. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and put on what he thought was the most handsome smile he could muster. He said foolishly, "Yun'er, I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. A delicate body burrowed into his embrace, making him feel so warm, comfortable, and happy. He felt like a man who had left for many years and had returned to the side of his wife who had helped him in difficult times. When he looked back, she was still deeply in love with him. When he thought of how lonely she would be when she was alone in the empty room, he felt that he owed her a lot. He hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and his eyes became moist. If it wasn't for his amazing endurance, his tears would have flowed out. The Grand Priest looked at the pair of people embracing each other with satisfaction. He nodded his head lightly and waved to the dozens of people around him. Then he took the lead and flew down. When he left, he still very vaguely glanced at the savage leopard not far from Ling Xiao. The savage leopard seemed to have been sizing him up, and its eyes were filled with a few traces of complicated emotions. The savage leopard looked away and descended with the others. Only a pair of wall people were left leaning against each other in the air. They did not say anything, as if there were thousands of things to say without words. They could both feel each other's sincere love and longing. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. This moment had already become an eternity. The man breathed in the enchanting fragrance of the woman's body to his heart's content, and the woman desperately breathed in the man's unique masculine scent. After a long time, it seemed like only a second, but it also seemed like several epochs had passed. Yuner. Ling Xiao tightly hugged the beautiful woman in his arms and softly called out to her. Laugh, I'm here. The beautiful woman softly replied. Yuner. Laugh, I'm here. Yuner. Laugh, I'm here. I just want to call out. Yes, I know. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. I just want to call out. Yes, I know. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying came from the house below, cutting through the silence of the sky. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This sound seemed to give him a feeling he had never felt before. It was an unusually intimate feeling, a kind of emotion that made him feel incomparably comfortable and excited. Ling Xiao didn't know why he had this kind of feeling, so he immediately lightly pushed the priestess away and lightly asked, Where did this little brat's voice come from? It's really disappointing. Let's go down first. Unexpectedly, the priestess lightly patted Ling Xiao's chest. Her face flushed red as she said, He's our child. What child? Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly, then he seemed to understand. His tiger-like eyes revealed an excited expression as he suddenly hugged the priestess's shoulders and said, Yuner, what did you say? Say it again. The priestess met Ling Xiao's gaze with a happy smile and said, He's our son, his name is Feng Lingtian. He's our son, his name is Feng Lingtian. He's our son, his name is Feng Lingtian. Ling Xiao murmured. An unconcealable excitement and happiness appeared on his handsome face. Then Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and roared, My son's name is Feng Lingtian. Haha, I'm a father. I'm a father. Looking at the excited Ling Xiao, the priestess's heart was filled with even more satisfaction and happiness. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become misty. She was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't like children, but now she knew that she was worried too much. Ling Xiao restrained his emotions, grabbed the priestess's hand, and instantly descended to the courtyard. Then he plunged into the house. Ling Xiao walked with heavy steps towards the baby who was still crying. Ling Xiao went to the bed and picked him up. His tiger-like eyes were filled with strange emotions. The little guy really looks as beautiful as his mother, and he also has the aura of a tyrant. In the future, he will definitely not be inferior to me. Ling Xiao looked at his son and said rather arrogantly. The baby looked at Ling Xiao with wide eyes and stopped crying. It seemed that he also felt his father's flattery, and actually opened his mouth to laugh. TSK, even this smile is so similar to me. Don't steal my limelight in the future, or else I'll beat your butt. Ling Xiao said with a doting look. The priestess went over to take the baby and glared at Ling Xiao. If you dare to hit him, I won't let you off. Ling Xiao could only raise his hands in surrender and said, Yes, madam's orders, husband dares not to disobey. He muttered in his heart, This kid has already stolen his mother's love for me. How can I live in the future? The family of three in the house, from time to time, laughter could be heard. It seemed so unusually warm and happy. Not far away, the high priest stroked his white beard and looked at the courtyard murmuring, As long as you're happy, as long as you're happy. On the first day that Ling Xiao came back, he stayed in the house to play with the priestess and his son. On this day, the priestess's smile was almost the sum of her smile for a year. She looked at her husband and son, and felt very satisfied and happy. She really hoped that she could live a simple life like this. She liked this kind of feeling. Suddenly, she remembered that she only had a few months to live, and a wave of sadness hit her heart. However, seeing how happy Ling Xiao was playing with his son, she suppressed her sadness and laughed. It's enough to live like this every day for half a year. I should be satisfied. The priestess thought in her heart, accepting her fate. Until his son fell asleep, Ling Xiao hugged the priestess and said with guilt, Yun, I'm sorry. The priestess knew what Ling Xiao was talking about. She had already prepared for the worst, so she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. She just buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said lightly, Grandpa has been looking for me for many years, but he couldn't find me. If you want to find me, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I never thought that you would find me, but I don't blame you. I just want you to accompany me and my son more, okay? Ling Xiao took a light breath and said, I will always be with you and your son. Tomorrow I will refine the vitality prolonging pill for you. You will definitely be able to wait until your son calls you mother. He felt very guilty in his heart. He couldn't even protect the mother of his child. As a man, it was really King Sullen. He was a dignified 5th grade alchemist, but he could only extend her life by a year. Just thinking about it made him angry. You don't need to blame yourself. This is all my life. You have done enough for me. I am already very satisfied to hear my son call me mother. The priestess replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao hugged the priestess tightly. He really didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the priestess raised her head. Her delicate face was pressed against Ling Xiao's thick lips. Ling Xiao felt those warm and moist lips and immediately responded eagerly. The two tongues battled with each other. Fragrant liquids were constantly exchanged. The two gradually became hurried. The man carried the woman to the next room and casually laid down a soundproof restriction. The two rolled onto the big bed together. The man constantly groped the woman's delicate skin. He constantly kneaded and pinched the bulging soft flesh. His mouth vigorously sucked the saliva that made him unable to sleep. The woman constantly tore off the man's clothes. Her snake-like body constantly rubbed against the man's chest. It was as if she wanted to merge her body with the man. She felt the man's rough movements. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted. The numb feeling made her unable to help but softly moan. That sleep-talking sound was almost like an aphrodisiac. The man couldn't help but explode. The woman had also reached the critical point of promiscuity. The clothes of the two of them turned into pieces at the same time, fluttering in the room. The two of them had skin to skin. One of them had muscles that were as strong as iron, and a golden ratio body that looked so majestic and perfect. The other had delicate and soft skin, perfect exquisite curves, proud virgin peak, and a devil-like figure. All of them displayed the most primitive temptation. Following that, the urgent sound became more and more urgent, and the soft moan also became louder. The man actually went into battle with the golden spear. The spear hit the mysterious dragon's cave. Ah! A scream opened the prelude to the battle. This battle was earth-shattering. It was as if they didn't know the time of day and night. The two of them could only enjoy it and do their best to squeeze out more. It wasn't until a baby's dissatisfied voice broke through the soundproof restriction that they reluctantly ended the battle, that they weren't satisfied with. The man put on his clothes and said fiercely, "This brat dares to ruin my good fortune. He's really looking for a beating." The woman glared at the man and said, "You dare? I won't allow you to go to bed again." The man's face instantly fell. He quickly put on a fawning smile and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." Chapter 486. After the priestess fed the child, she handed him over to a maid and said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, we should go visit Grandpa." Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, it's time for me to visit his hometown. Although I didn't find the Heaven Gu divine art, I did bring back some good stuff for the family. Consider it my first gift to the family as the son-in-law." Ling Xiao married the priestess, so the Gu clan was naturally considered half his family. "What gift?" the priestess asked curiously. You'll know soon enough." Ling Xiao smiled mysteriously, then he took out a 10,000-year-old pearl and handed it to the priestess. This is a 10,000-year-old pearl. It can make you even more beautiful, and it can also keep your youthful appearance forever. Quickly take it." Ling Xiao had seen the effects of this 10,000-year-old pearl many times. Every woman who ate it would experience an amazing change, and their temperament would be improved. If other women knew that he had such a treasure, they would probably try to snatch it from him. The priestess put away the pearl and smiled. "Let's go see Grandpa first." If it was any other woman who could obtain such a treasure, she would definitely be ecstatic and immediately eat it. However, the priestess didn't have long to live, so she didn't care about eternal youth. Ling Xiao knew what the priestess was thinking, and he only felt a pain in his heart. He didn't say anything and followed her to the priestess hall. The bed was as big as a house, and on it was a spirit fruit juice. The gauze was so attractive. This large moving bed was the same one where Ling Xiao and the priestess had gotten married. Ling Xiao recalled everything that happened that day, and it still felt like a dream. "What are you thinking about?" the priestess asked when she saw Ling Xiao staring blankly at the soft bed. "I'm thinking about how that embroidered ball fell into my hands." Ling Xiao smiled. "That's the will of the heavens," the priestess replied in a daze. "Haha, I don't think it's fate. You're so beautiful. It's probably because I burned incense and prayed to Buddha in my past life. In this life God gave you to me," Ling Xiao said gently. The female priest had never left Guzhai City, and had never come into contact with other men. Now that Ling Xiao said this, she felt sweet in her heart, and her face was flushed. "Let's go. Otherwise, Grandpa will have to wait for a long time." The priestess pulled Ling Xiao's hand, and sat down on the soft couch. Just as the two of them sat on the soft couch, 8 people jumped out from several different corners. Ling Xiao could immediately sense the fluctuations of their auras. They were 8 king rank experts. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, his perception ability naturally increased greatly as well. Now that he had returned to Guzhai City, he found that Guzhai City's strength was different from what he saw when he first arrived. At that time, his vision was not wide enough, and he always felt that there were only a dozen or so kings here, and the only Earth sovereign was the High Priestess. But now he didn't think so. Previously, when he flew back, he was surrounded by dozens of people. He clearly sensed that he couldn't see through the strength of many of them. It could be seen that they were at least Earth sovereign, and the High Priestess' strength was more like a deep pool. He couldn't see clearly or grasp her strength. He guessed that the High Priestess' strength might be a celestial venerable superpowerhouse. Otherwise, how could the other sects allow them to establish their own city and survive here? The 8 king rank experts lifted the soft couch and flew into the air. Ling Xiao and the female priest sat on the soft couch like a celestial couple, looking so noble and refined. Soon, the two of them arrived at the High Priestess Hall. The two of them found the High Priestess. They had just arrived at the door when they heard the High Priestess' voice. "Come in." The two of them walked in and bowed to the High Priestess at the same time. "Grandpa." The High Priestess nodded lightly, her old eyes shining brightly as she examined Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that he had been exposed in front of the High Priestess without any secrets, and he felt a little scared. "You're not bad. You still remember to come back," the High Priestess said. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit happy about the High Priestess' praise. Instead, he revealed a look of guilt. "Grandpa, shower is useless. I couldn't find the Heaven Gu divine art." The High Priestess' old eyes dimmed. She glanced at the female priest and sighed. "Sigh, is it really the will of the heavens that cannot be defied? Grandpa, don't be sad. He's now a 5th rank alchemist. He can help me refine the vitality prolonging pill, and increase my lifespan by a year," the female priest consoled. "Oh, it seems that you've really put in a lot of effort to reach the 5th rank." The High Priestess looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. "For Yin'er this is nothing," Ling Xiao replied without the slightest bit of pride. He then said, "Grandpa, there's one thing I don't understand." "What do you not understand?" the High Priestess asked. "Have you really returned to the ancestral land before?" Ling Xiao stared at the High Priestess and asked. The High Priestess' eyelids twitched. "Of course I have." Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of anger. The High Priestess ignored him and continued, "But I didn't dare to go in. There are many resentful spirits inside, and many of them are high-level ones. Once I get entangled, it won't be easy for me to escape. Moreover, I can sense that there are even more powerful resentful spirits inside." Ling Xiao's anger turned into anger. He said in a low voice, "Since you know that there are so many resentful spirits inside, why did you still send me to my death?" The High Priestess had once said that the Heaven Gu divine art might be in their ancestral land, Gu City. He also said that he had gone back but couldn't find it, so he asked Ling Xiao to go back again to see if he could find it. However, after arriving in the southern region, Ling Xiao found out that Gu City had become a forbidden area. No matter how many people went in, they couldn't leave. It was simply a dead city. Even so, for the sake of the priestess, he still entered Gu City to search for the Heaven Gu divine art. He just didn't understand. Since the high priest already knew that it was a forbidden area for humans, and that he would die once he entered, why did he still let him enter Gu City? Could it be that the high priest didn't like him, the prince consort, so he wanted him to enter Gu City and be devoured by those resentful spirits? If he didn't get to the bottom of this matter today, he would feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that Ling Xiao was already on the verge of anger, the priestess immediately held his hand and said softly, "Xiao, don't talk to grandfather like that. Yin, it's fine. He's right. Back then, grandfather wanted him to die. If he really is your destined one, then he will definitely be able to come out of Gu City. If not, then when he dies, you will quickly accompany him. None of you will be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs, right? Besides, I don't know if you will go to the southern region for Yin, or if you don't go, then you can escape this calamity. It can be said that you have a tough life," the high priest said lightly. Hearing the high priest's words, not only Ling Xiao, but even the priestess was stunned. They really didn't expect the high priest to have such thoughts. The priestess had a Heaven Gu body. Once she reached the age of 20 and didn't cultivate the Heaven Gu divine art, she would turn into a vicious Gu king and harm the world. Therefore, she had to end her life at the age of 20. As the prince consort, Ling Xiao had the obligation to help the priestess find the Heaven Gu divine art. However, the Heaven Gu divine art had already disappeared for 10,000 years. Finding it was simply a fantasy. From the very beginning, the high priest didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to find the Heaven Gu divine art. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to return to Gu City, so that he would die first. Then, when the priestess's life ended, they would be able to accompany each other in the Yellow Springs. If Ling Xiao didn't go to the southern region, then it could be considered that he had promised the priestess to let Ling Xiao go. This was the funeral arrangement that the high priest had thought of for his granddaughter. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. He only thought that his granddaughter wouldn't be lonely when she reached the Yellow Springs, and he also felt a little better. Hearing the high priest's words, Ling Xiao was speechless. The priestess was a little dissatisfied and said, "Grandpa, how can you smile at him like that? He's my husband. Even if I die, I don't want to see Tian without a father." The high priest glanced at his granddaughter with a guilty expression and then asked Ling Xiao, "You didn't enter Gu City? For Yin, or even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will barge into it. Otherwise, how would I know that there are vengeful spirits everywhere?" Ling Xiao replied lightly, "Oh, then it's already amazing that you were able to escape. At least I don't have to feel guilty towards Yin, the high priest replied. Ling Xiao really couldn't get angry at this old man at all. He did all this for his granddaughter. From his point of view, it was understandable, but his methods were a little paranoid. "I arrived at Gu City, but I couldn't find the Heaven Gu divine technique, but I found it," Ling Xiao said, and a small cauldron appeared. This small cauldron emitted a mysterious aura, and people could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. You actually found the Heaven Gu divine cauldron." The high priest grabbed the small cauldron and shouted excitedly. However, before he could grab it, a small golden shadow jumped out of the small cauldron. The small golden shadow instantly swelled up, and its head burst through the house. Rays of golden light flickered, and its aura forced the three of them to fly out of the house at the same time. "It's actually the gold silkworm Gu King great!" The high priest cried out in surprise. Then he let out a strange cry like a Gu worm, as if he was making contact with the gold silkworm Gu. Unfortunately, the gold silkworm Gu only looked at him with contempt, and then let out a strange cry. Then something strange happened. In Guzhai City, densely packed Gu worms emerged from every corner, making Ling Xiao's scalp tingle. Inside Guzhai City, everyone was shocked by this phenomenon. The experts around the high priest hall rushed over. "Lord Priest, what happened?" one of the golden-robed old men asked. "Haha, don't be nervous. Look at what that is." The high priest pointed at the gold silkworm Gu happily. Those people looked at the golden silkworm goo that was shining with golden light, following which, everyone revealed an astonished expression. Then everyone's expression became fanatical, and they worshipped the gold silkworm goo, even muttering some words that Ling Xiao couldn't understand. After a while, the high priest hall was surrounded by goo clansmen, and they worshipped the gold silkworm goo one after another. The scene was very spectacular. Chapter 487. The goo people had always raised, controlled, and sacrificed goo. They treated goo like gods, and goo could be said to be the most important part of their lives. No matter what high-grade goo it was, they would treat it like family. And the higher the grade of the goo, the more popular it would be, and the higher its status would be. A goo king like the golden silkworm goo was in existence like the holy king of the goo race. They would naturally worship it crazily. The goo people knelt down, and the goo approached the golden silkworm goo one after another. Then they all stopped and lowered their proud heads, as if they were worshipping their king. Let's go down. It's disrespectful to fly above the king of venomous worms, the high priest said to Ling Xiao and the priestess before he descended first. Ling Xiao had already seen the power of the golden silkworm beast, so he didn't dare to think too highly of himself. He followed the priestess and descended. The high priest arrived beside a very large and old goo worm. This goo worm was much bigger than the surrounding goo worms. The sinister bone spikes on its body were terrifying and powerful. It was the closest to the golden silkworm goo. It was as if before the golden silkworm goo appeared, it was the king here. However, in front of the golden silkworm goo, it could only bow its head. Old friend, what does the goo king want to do? The high priest asked as he touched the old goo worm. The old goo worm replied in a low voice, I don't know what it wants either. Maybe it just arrived at Jai City and sensed our presence, so it summoned us to listen to its orders. Then think of a way to persuade the goo king to stay. This will be its home in the future, and we are all its people. Let it protect us from being bullied by outsiders, the high priest said. Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and kept making strange sounds towards the golden silkworm goo. The old goo worm also kept shaking its antennae, and making strange sounds unique to goo worms. The golden silkworm goo only coldly swept its gaze over the surrounding goo people and goo worms, but it didn't respond. The high priest was puzzled. Does the goo king not like to stay here? In desperation, the high priest took out the heaven goo divine cauldron, hoping to keep the golden silkworm goo inside and raise it. Unexpectedly, the golden silkworm goo only looked at the heaven goo divine cauldron, and continued to ignore it. The two golden antennae on its head kept shaking, as if it was sensing something. The high priest frowned and with a wave of his hand, a large number of poisonous creatures flew out of his space ring. For the goo king to enjoy, the high priest said sincerely. The golden silkworm goo didn't stand on ceremony. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked all the poisonous insects and snakes into its mouth and swallowed them. When the high priest saw that the golden silkworm ate the poison he offered, he was immediately overjoyed and continued to make strange noises at the golden silkworm goo. At the same time, the goo worms around the golden silkworm goo all let out strange cries, as if they were begging the golden silkworm goo to stay. The strange sound shook the heavens, causing people's hair to stand on end. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, finally had his horizons broadened. He sighed in his heart. This golden silkworm goo is really good. If I let it be my son's protective spirit beast, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his status. The reason why Ling Xiao thought this was because his son had long been designated as the successor of the Goo clan by the high priest. Otherwise, the child wouldn't have followed his mother's surname. Ling Xiao had no say in this matter. When the priestess had asked for a new life before she died, it was to give the high priest a spiritual sustenance. It could also be considered a bit of filial piety as a granddaughter to the old man. No matter what his son's surname was, Ling Xiao was still his biological son. He was his first son in both of his lives, so of course he liked him very much. After a while, the motionless gold silkworm Goo looked towards a direction. In that direction, a golden light bloomed in the sky. The light was extremely sacred and gorgeous, and a baby's cry cut through the sky. The golden light transformed into a huge goo worm in midair. This goo worm was actually exactly the same as the golden silkworm Goo. and it looked especially majestic. The people of the Gu clan all looked towards the golden light, and everyone's eyes became astonished and fanatical again. The phenomenon of the Gu king. The high priest and the group of higher-ups of the Gu clan couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the golden light. The heavens really bless our clan. The heavens really bless our clan. The high priest bowed towards the golden light in surprise. All the people of the Gu clan also shouted in unison, "The heavens bless our clan." Their expressions also became more and more sincere. The baby's cry was like a demonic sound, and it actually became louder and louder. The baby was quite a distance away, but everyone could hear it clearly. The golden silkworm Gu seemed to have heard something summoning it. After a long cry, it flew towards the golden shadow. "Ha, Grandpa, that's Tian." The priestess looked at the place where the golden light was shining, and she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh no, that big guy won't eat my son, right?" Ling Xiao was shocked, and then he flew towards the direction of the courtyard. Who knew that the high priest would be one step ahead and block in front of Ling Xiao? "Grandpa, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop the golden silkworm Gu king." Ling Xiao didn't understand why the high priest was blocking him, and it really made him anxious. He shouted at the high priest without thinking. "Don't worry, Tian has shown the phenomenon now, and he is born to be the future king of our Gu clan. The golden silkworm Gu won't hurt him, and he might even recognize the golden silkworm Gu as its master." The high priest explained with a look of joy. He is still a child, and he doesn't know anything. How can the golden silkworm Gu recognize him as its master? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. "Ha, don't worry." The priestess persuaded him, and then asked the high priest, "Grandpa Tian, does he have the body of the golden silkworm?" The high priest stroked his beard and smiled. "That's right, according to the phenomenon, he has the body of the golden silkworm. In the future, our Gu clan can return to its heyday." "What is the body of the golden silkworm?" Ling Xiao was a little confused. "I'll explain this to you later. Let's go take a look first, but we must not disturb the golden silkworm Gu." The high priest changed the topic. Then he carefully flew over first, and Ling Xiao, the priestess, and the higher-ups of the Gu clan followed. And the Gu worms all chased after him. Only the members of the Gu clan were left in the same place, worshipping the courtyard. The huge body of the golden silkworm Gu instantly shrank by dozens of times, and it instantly entered the house. When it entered, the baby's crying stopped. Not long after, the shadow of the golden silkworm above the house began to gradually shrink. After the shadow finished shrinking, the baby's laughter came from the house. The laughter was very elegant and childish. It was a clear and melodious laughter. It was a very happy laughter. Was this the laughter of a 3-month-old baby? It was really unbelievable. Ling Xiao could no longer care so much, and he rushed into the house. The high priest and the priestess followed him in. When they entered the house, they were dumbfounded. The baby sleeping on the bed used his pink little hands to hug the shrunken golden silkworm Gu and laughed. The golden silkworm Gu stuck out its tongue and kept licking the baby's face, looking very happy. "Ha, good. As expected of my great-grandson, the body of the golden silkworm. Only such a physique can make the golden silkworm Gu so close." The high priest laughed heartily. The priestess on the side looked happy, while Ling Xiao looked confused. Then the golden silkworm Gu shrank again, opened its mouth, and bit the baby's finger. "You dare to bite my son, you're courting death." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and wanted to slap the golden silkworm Gu. The high priest stopped him again, saying, "Stop, the golden silkworm Gu has recognized its master, and it will serve Tian as its master in the future." "Yes, Xiao Tian will be protected by the golden silkworm Gu king in the future, and no one can hurt him," the priestess explained. Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then said, "That works too." Sure enough, after the golden silkworm Gu broke the baby's finger, the baby didn't cry out in pain. Instead, his lively eyes seemed to flash with anticipation. The golden silkworm Gu only sucked a bit of blood essence and didn't continue. Then, it crawled towards the baby's mouth and directly entered it. Ling Xiao felt nauseous and numb. He thought worriedly, "That guy won't go into my son's stomach and devour his organs, right?" On the other hand, The high priest and priestess were not anxious at all. Instead, they were overjoyed. After the golden silkworm Gu entered the baby's stomach, the baby fell asleep. His face still had a peaceful expression, and a faint halo of light constantly emitted a swan and eye aura around him. He looked as magical as a golden child descending into the world. All right, let's go out. The golden silkworm Gu won't hurt Tia. The high priest said as he looked at the baby with satisfaction and led the two out. Lord Priest. The higher-ups of the Gu clan who were waiting outside called out in unison. Their expressions were filled with anticipation. The high priest smiled and said, "The golden silkworm Gu has already recognized its master. Its master is my great-grandson Fengling Tian. From now on, he will be the king of the Gu clan." Greetings, Clan King. Greetings, Clan King. The higher-ups of the Gu clan all bowed towards the direction of the house. Then the citizens of the Gu sacrifice city all shouted in unison, "Emojian Clan King! Emojian Clan King!" All of them revealed expressions of joy, fanaticism, and sincerity, as if they had seen a god, causing them to worship and revere him blindly. The high priest let them be and brought Ling Xiao and the priestess to a room at the side to talk. "Xiao, you've done a great job this time," the high priest said with satisfaction as he looked at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao at first. It was a blessing for this kid to be able to become the son-in-law of the Gu clan, but he was still not satisfied. He dared to use the pill to kill the love Gu in his body and get rid of the love Gu's control. He did not obediently become the son-in-law of the Gu clan. If not for his granddaughter begging for mercy on behalf of Ling Xiao, he would have killed Ling Xiao with one palm. The Gu clan did not need such an unrestrained son-in-law. Now, although Ling Xiao did not find the Heaven Gu divine art, he found the Heaven Gu divine cauldron and brought back the golden silkworm Gu. He even allowed his great-grandson to marry the golden silkworm Gu and become the first king of the Gu clan in tens of thousands of years. It was truly worthy of celebration. Of course, the high priest was no longer dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. He was more satisfied from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, "It seems that Xian Jizi was right. This kid is really the lucky star of our clan." Chapter 488. Since ancient times, the Gu clan had sacrificed themselves to Gu and raised them. After generations of reproduction, their clansmen already had the bloodline of Gu worms flowing in their bodies. This bloodline was called the Gu bloodline. Therefore, from the moment their descendants were born, they had an intimate aura with Gu worms and the ability to communicate with them. At the same time, their bloodline also produced all kinds of rare physiques because of this mutation. These physiques were closely related to Gu worms. Among them, the rarest was the Heaven Gu body. This kind of physique was usually the body that died young. Because people with the Heaven Gu body often turned into the king of fierce Gu worms when they reached a certain age, because the concentration of the Gu worm bloodline was too high. This kind of fierce Gu worm king only had bloodthirsty thoughts. Even the Gu worms of the same clan would become its food. Therefore, this kind of fierce Gu worm must not be allowed to appear in the world. Once it appeared, even a heavenly venerable expert would not be able to suppress it. When it became strong, even an emperor could only flee when they saw it. People with the Heaven Gu body had an innate advantage, and that was that their cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. Whether in an environment with abundant spirit qi or not, their strength would increase as they grew older. Unfortunately, this kind of physique only had a lifespan of 20 years. It was truly a pity. Later, the ancestors of the Gu clan finally created a divine technique that could restrain the evolution of the bloodline. At the same time, they could increase their strength like before and achieve supreme power. Therefore, the Heaven Gu body was ranked first among all the Gu bodies. In addition to the Heaven Gu body, there was the Gold Gu body, the Wood Gu body, the Water Gu body, the Fire Gu body, the Earth Gu body, the Dark Gu body, the Light Gu body, the Thunder Gu body, and the Wind Gu body. These 9 physiques were similar to the 9 pure attributes of ordinary martial artists. Among the Gu clan, the Gold Gu body was the strongest of these 9 physiques. People with this kind of physique were born to be emperors, and the bloodline of this kind of physique was the most noble. Like the gold silkworm Gu, they could command tens of thousands of Gu worms. If the person with the gold goo body was the emperor, then the other physiques were the princes. They could never surpass the emperor. Now Ling Zhao's son, Feng Lingtian, had the gold goo body. This kid was destined to become the new king of the Gu clan in the future, leading the Gu clan to glory. After the high priest's explanation, Ling Zhao finally understood that his son's physique was indeed extraordinary. He thought to himself proudly, as expected of this young master's son, if his physique was too weak, then it would be a waste of my excellent genes. In fact, the requirements for a physique like the ability to regenerate were very harsh. However, the purity of Ling Zhao's metal attribute was already very high, more than 90%, infinitely close to a pure metal attribute physique. The priestess also had a heaven goo body, with a high concentration of goo blood flowing in her body. It was not surprising that the combination of the two could produce a metal goo body. Xiao, you've done a great service this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? I'll do my best to satisfy you, said the high priest with a smile. Ling Zhao chuckled. He held the priestess' hand and said seriously, I don't want any rewards. I just want to quietly accompany Yuner in her last days. The priestess held Ling Zhao's hand tightly, feeling unusually satisfied. She was now much calmer in the face of death. She had a husband and a child in her life, and being able to live with them for more than a year was already a great luxury for her. Good, it's rare that you still think about Yuner. She didn't plead on your behalf in vain, said the high priest happily. He then said, since you don't have any requests, remember to tell me in the future. If I can help you, I won't even frown. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Ling Zhao. Then I'll go back first. From now on, I'll arrange for more people to protect Tian'er. When he's a little older, I'll personally teach him and make him the king of our Gu race, said the high priest as he stood up. The two knew that the old man doted on his great-grandson, so they naturally didn't say anything more. However, just as the high priest was about to leave, Ling Zhao suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he hadn't said, so he stopped the high priest and said, Grandpa, I still have something to tell you. The high priest stopped in his tracks, and the priestess also looked at Ling Zhao curiously. Ling Zhao said, I'm currently having people rebuild Gu City. What, you've had people rebuild Gu City? Asked the high priest in shock. Ling Zhao nodded and said with certainty, that's right, the resentful spirits there have been dispersed, and I've had people rebuild it. I think Grandpa and the clansmen must want to go back, so I made the decision on my own. I hope Grandpa won't blame me. No, how could I blame you? You've done very well. We've been moving for nearly 10,000 years, and our clansmen have always wanted to go back. It's just that there are too many resentful spirits there, and even with the power of the entire clan, we can't disperse them, so we haven't moved back to our ancestral land. Now that you've done it, Grandpa, I really don't know how to thank you. The high priest said with tears streaming down his face. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he even wanted to kneel to Ling Zhao. Grandpa, you can't do that. Ling Zhao and the priestess cried out at the same time. Ling Zhao even held the high priest up, not letting him kneel, and said, Grandpa, aren't you making things difficult for me by doing this? Don't tell me you still haven't acknowledged me as your grandson-in-law? That's right, Grandpa. Xiao Xiao is also one of our clansmen, and he's also doing things for his clansmen. Aren't you shortening his life by doing this? Said the priestess. All right, Xiao Heir, you're the lucky star of our Gu clan. Yuner didn't marry the wrong man. The high priest wiped away his tears. Ever since the Gu clan had almost been wiped out 10,000 years ago, everyone in the clan wanted to return to their ancestral land, rebuild their homeland, and restore their clan's prestige. Unfortunately, that place was filled with resentful spirits, and it had become a forbidden area for humans. Even if it was their ancestral land, they couldn't return. Now that he heard Ling Zhao say that he had begun to rebuild Gu City, the high priest was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, this kid really gives me too many surprises. Right, tell me, how did you disperse those resentful spirits? And how did you obtain the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron? The high priest suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Ling Zhao about his journey to Gu City. He really wanted to know how this grandson-in-law of his had done something that he couldn't. Moreover, He had taken in such a terrifyingly strong follower, and in a little over a year, he had jumped from a middle-stage spirit master to the peak of the middle-stage king level. This speed was just too monstrous. Thus, Ling Xiao gave a simple summary of what had happened in Gu City. Although Ling Xiao had said it in a relaxed manner, the high priest and the priestess could imagine that it wasn't so simple. There were definitely dangers that they couldn't imagine. That was a dangerous place where even an Empyrean had died. Under those circumstances, how could Ling Xiao be relaxed? You're saying that this Heaven Gu divine cauldron was given to you by an ancestor who has lived for 10,000 years? The high priest asked in astonishment. That's right. That golden silkworm Gu King was raised by her. If I hadn't taken out the clan token you gave me, I'm afraid I would have been killed by her. Ling Xiao still had some lingering fear as he replied. Sigh, I'm really ashamed to face my ancestors. To think that my Gu clan used to be so mighty, but now we're reduced to living in a remote corner. The high priest had a guilty expression as he sighed. Grandpa, this isn't your fault. Now that Tian has the golden Gu body, he can definitely restore the prestige of our Gu clan in the future. The priestess comforted him. That's right. Grandpa, you don't have to blame yourself. Next, you should think about how to discuss with your clansmen whether or not you want to move the clan back. This is the most important thing, Ling Xiao said. You're right. We've been here for nearly 10,000 years. If we want to leave, we won't be able to leave in a short period of time. We have to plan and make arrangements, the high priest said. Then he said, I'll go back and discuss with the others. You two should have a good reunion after being separated for so many days. After saying this, the high priest left. The priestess looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face and said sincerely, Xiao, thank you. Ling Xiao pulled the priestess into his arms and said, Fool, why are you thanking me? I'm your man, and it's only right for me to do anything for you. The priestess replied softly and buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest. She felt an unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at his beautiful wife, and couldn't help but kiss her on the lips. The priestess responded passionately. The two of them kept groping, and their breathing gradually quickened. After a while, they rolled on the soft couch. Naturally, the two of them had sex. Following that, Feng Ling Tian was confirmed to have the golden Gu body, and was recognized by the golden silkworm Gu King as its master. He was announced as the new king of the Gu clan. The high priest and the other higher-ups arranged for many of the clan's experts to guard the dean's surroundings. It was impossible for anyone to sneak into the courtyard, unless they had reached the celestial venerable level or above. In the courtyard there were originally only 2 maids, but now there were 20 maids. They took turns to listen to orders day and night, and they definitely couldn't let anything happen to little Ling Tian. Ling Xiao and the priestess had protested against this arrangement, but they were directly rejected by the high priest. In the end, the old man was still worried, so he moved out of the priest hall and lived in the courtyard, personally guarding little Ling Tian. Ling Xiao and the priestess were completely speechless. As the days passed, Ling Xiao had already refined the vitality-prolonging pill for the priestess. The vitality-prolonging pill could increase anyone's lifespan by 100 years, but it could only increase the priestess's lifespan by 1 year. However, this year's time allowed the priestess's life to be more meaningful, more fulfilling, and more perfect. Ling Xiao planned to not go anywhere for more than a year. He only wanted to focus on his duties as a husband and accompany his wife and son in peace, so that his wife could happily spend the last few days of her life. More than a year's time was neither long nor short. During this time, the high priest had been spreading the news of the clan's relocation. After he told the clan about the reconstruction of the ancestral land, all the clan members agreed to return to the ancestral land. There were traces of their ancestors, their past glory, and the journey they were proud of. Only by returning to the ancestral land would they feel a sense of belonging, and only then would they live happier and more fulfilling lives than they did now. Chapter 489. Wei Dyer. For years had passed, and she was about to become a mature woman in her 30s. Her strength had also improved greatly. She was still as flirtatious as ever. That bright red satin dress vividly displayed her fiery and sexy figure. Although her enchanting face was not the kind that could cause the downfall of a country, it was definitely the type of beauty that all men dreamed of in bed. However, this originally cheerful and passionate woman now had a melancholy that couldn't be relieved. Lone Eagle's single eye had become sharper. He was no longer a low-level soul master. After 4 years of hard training in the forest, the wild killing intent on his body was even denser. His strength had already advanced to the peak of middle-level soul master. Cold Snake was now a middle-level soul master like Lone Eagle. The previous leader of Cold Snake mercenary group, Tembin, wasn't inferior to Lone Eagle. Li Kuanghu was also a low-level soul master when he left the Purple Sky sect. Now he was a high-level soul master. He should have been an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. If he hadn't been framed by the Lao family, his achievements wouldn't have been any worse than any direct disciple of the Purple Sky sect. Luckily, he recognized Ling Xiao, which gave him a chance to start over. He especially cherished this opportunity. His training was also several times more diligent than others. The 8 followers of Ling Xiao were all low-level soul masters now. All of them were full of energy, and were full of fighting spirit. The reason why they could improve so quickly was related to the resources that Ling Xiao asked Li Kuanghu to bring back. In the past, such a force in Meteor City was comparable to a mid-sized family. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, in front of them, there was an arrogant young man with oily hair and powdered face. This person was 27 years old, but he was already a low-level soul master. In a backward city like Meteor City, he was definitely a genius. However, before this, he was only at the Mystic Knight level. The reason why he could improve so quickly was because his uncle, who was at the king level, brought back a third-grade pill like the spirit-breaking pill, which helped him break through to the soul master level. Needless to say, this person was the youngest son of the Lu family master Lu Do. He was also the male lead of the marriage between the Lu family and the Luo family. In his arms was his fiancée Luo Qingshuang. Luo Qingshuang still couldn't hide her beautiful face. The childish elegance from 4 years ago had disappeared, and was replaced by an elegant and dignified temperament. However, at this moment, there was a faint sense of melancholy on her delicate and pretty face, as if she was rejecting her fiancé who was hugging her. "What are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome you." As the mistress of this place, Meng Xian shouted at the two of them. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few powerful people behind them, she would have ordered them to be thrown out. Needless to say, she hated the man just by looking at him. He actually dared to come to her house and plot against her. As for the woman, she had always treated her as her own daughter. She had even tacitly acknowledged her as her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, in the face of power, she actually chose to compromise. Even if this wasn't her intention, it was unforgivable in Meng Xian's eyes. Now this woman actually accompanied her man here to flaunt their prowess. In fact, it made her even more disgusted. "You're not a bad woman, but unfortunately, you're a bit old. I'm not interested in old women." Lu Do looked at Meng Xian and said with disdain, "How dare you be so rude to the madam?" Solitary Eagle was Ling Xiao's first servant, and his loyalty to Ling Xiao was 100%. Hearing the other disrespect Meng Xian as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't bear it. Duing was about to charge out when Meng Xian shouted, "Duing, don't be impulsive. What are you doing here? I already said that you're not welcome here. If you don't leave, then don't blame the Ling family for being impolite," said Meng Xian coldly. "Haha, the Ling family is nothing. In 3 days, the Ling family will be removed from Meteorite City. Do you really not know, or are you pretending?" Lu Do laughed. Meng Xian's group naturally knew about the current situation of the family. Now that it was mentioned in front of them, everyone's expressions turned ugly. "To be honest, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me in a few days. As the future head of the Lu family, I'm telling you that I've taken a fancy to the two of you. As long as you two follow me, you'll be the madams of the Lu family. You'll be a class above everyone else in Meteorite City, and no one will dare to disrespect you. I'll also pamper you like how I pamper Sister Shuang." Lu Do's gaze landed on Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. His gaze was filled with a strong desire to possess them. To be honest, he had already seen these two beautiful women. For years ago during the clan's tournament, their Lu family had participated. Although Lu Do didn't participate, he had followed the rest of the family to cheer for his brother. At that time, he saw a young master of the Ling family surrounded by several beautiful women. One was the daughter of the Luo family, one was a beautiful snake from the second mercenary group, and the last one wasn't famous, but it couldn't hide her lovely appearance. The three women had their own beauty, and they were all women that any man would want to have. In Meteorite City, any man would burn incense and pray to the Buddha if he could have even one of these women. However, the young master of the Ling family was able to enjoy the blessings of having three women by his side at the same time. At that time, Lu Do fantasized in his heart that if the Lu family could be as famous as the Ling family, he would definitely snatch these three women to be his wives. He didn't expect that his impulsive dream would finally come true today. The return of his granduncle allowed his family to rise, and he felt that he was getting closer and closer to his dream. Thus, he tried his best to please his great-uncle. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who tried. He was rewarded by his great-uncle with a spirit-breaking pill, and increased his strength. Not only that, he even surpassed his two elder brothers and had the possibility of becoming the future head of the Lu family. From then on, he was riding on the crest of success. Therefore, when the Lu family took action against the Luo family, Lu Do stood up and spoke up. He asked his father for a marriage alliance with the Luo family, because he fancied the daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qingshuang. As for the daughter of the Luo family, the head of the Lu family was naturally quite satisfied. Therefore, he didn't kill the Luo family and left them a third of the property, but the condition was to marry Luo Qingshuang to Lu Do. Whether the Luo family was willing or not, Luo Qingshuang and the others were determined to have her, or else the Luo family would be removed from Meteorite City. Therefore, Luo Qingshuang became Lu Do's fiancé. Whether Luo Qingshuang was willing or not, this matter was already known to the entire city. Now Lu Do didn't care whether Luo Qingshuang was willing or not, he was prepared to snatch the other two women of his dreams. Wei Dyer stared at Lu Do with her almond-shaped eyes and scolded him disdainfully. You think a three-legged toad like you can touch us? Dream on. Beautiful snake is indeed spicy. I love to see you angry. I've been yearning for you since a long time ago. Thinking about your beautiful snake-like body, I can't sleep at night because of the heat. However, from tonight onwards, you can go and warm my bed, or else, there will be no place for you in Meteorite City, Lu Do said as he stared at Wei Dyer's full and impressive breasts. Bastard, watch me cripple you. As the brother, Lung Shi couldn't tolerate his sister being humiliated by others. Lung Shi carried a strong fiery aura, and his long sword stabbed towards Lu Do's face, wanting to kill him in one move. However, before his sword could reach Lu Do, someone blocked in front of him, deflecting his long sword and quickly counterattacking. Lung Shi, be careful. Li Kuanghu, who was the strongest among them, noticed the strength of his opponent and warned him. He rushed into the battle and threw a punch towards that person. Don't be anxious, your opponent is me. Another person jumped out from behind Lu Do and faced Li Kuanghu. Lung Shi lost his support, and his abdomen was stabbed by his opponent, seriously injuring him. Brother, I'll kill you. Wei Dyer shouted and attacked the person who stabbed her brother. Sister, I'll help you. Bai Yushi was no longer the timid and shy little girl from before. A blue long sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed towards that person with Wei Dyer. The two women were both middle-stage spirit masters. The power of one fire and one water combined attack wasn't ordinary. Lung Shi covered his wound and retreated. Doing quickly fed him a pill, then turned to Meng Xiyun and said, Madam, go back and hide first. We'll take care of these people. No need. They came prepared today, so it's the same wherever we hide. Meng Xiyun shook her head and refused. Lu Do only brought 8 people with him, but 4 of them were high-level spirit masters, and the other 4 weren't weak either. Unless the Ling family's previous elder Ling Qin, or the previous patriarch Ling Song came, no one could stop Lu Do and the others. On Meng Xiyun's side, only Li Kuanghu was a new high spirit master, and the others were slightly weaker, so they couldn't force Lu Do's group to leave. Luo Qingshuang said to Lu Do, Tell them to stop. Ludo looked at Luo Qingxuang and hugged her even tighter. What, are you feeling sorry? Don't worry, I'll let you three sisters reunite soon. At that time, I hope the three of you can happily serve me, understand? Aren't you afraid that he'll come back from the Purple Sky sect one day? Luo Qingxuang was slightly angry. Him? You mean that laughing overlord? Haha, so what if he comes back? Can he take on the 3 king steps of my Lu clan? Don't be delusional, remember to be a good wife in the future. Only then will I let the Luo clan live a better life. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Ludo's hand slid onto Luo Qingxuang's butt and fiercely pinched it. Luo Qingxuang was ashamed, but there was nothing she could do. She regretted not giving her body to him, and now she gave it to this bastard that she didn't like. However, she didn't have a choice. If she didn't compromise, her clan would be gone. For her family, why couldn't she be sacrificed? At the same time, she hated the man who had left for a few years and never returned. She really wanted to ask him why he was so heartless to leave them here and never come back. Didn't he know that they were always thinking about him? Maybe he already had another woman outside? Luo Qingxuang chose Ludo, mostly for the sake of her clan, but also because she didn't want to wait endlessly. A woman's youth couldn't be wasted, and she was afraid that he wouldn't come back even when she was old. So she finally gave up on her original promise. Chapter 490. The fuse for the battle in the Ling family's courtyard had already been lit. As Ling Zhao's most loyal servant, Lone Eagle also started to shout to his 8 followers. 8 generals, listen up. Protect the 2 young madams and madam. Yes. The 8 followers of Ling Xiao replied in unison. 8 low-rank spirit masters working together had the strength of 2 middle-rank spirit masters. Solitary Eagle possessed a few strands of Yin Wind fiendish energy. He was completely capable of fighting a high-level spirit master. For a moment, the sounds of battle rang out in the Ling family's courtyard. Although Ludo's side had fewer people, they were stronger. Ludo hugged Luo Qingxuang and calmly watched the show. However, his gaze was on Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. Madam Ling, think about it carefully. If you agree to come with me, my Lu family will let your Ling family off. Otherwise, in 3 days, all of you will die. Ludo looked at Meng Xiyun and threatened her. Dream on. Even if my Ling family is completely destroyed, I won't let your Lu family get what they want. Meng Xiyun replied indignantly. Fine, fine. I want to see how far you can go today. Ludo agreed and didn't say anything else. In the courtyard, Li Kuanghu was fighting with his opponent. He was only a newly advanced high-rank spirit master. He felt that if he was given some time to consolidate, he would definitely be able to get rid of his opponent. His mad tiger fists were like a tiger king descending the mountain as he punched towards his opponent. His opponent's spear was well prepared, making it hard for both sides to be injured. On the other side, the high-rank spirit master that Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer were attacking together wasn't having an advantage. They were still being suppressed by the opponent. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent didn't want their lives, they would have died already. The only one who had the advantage was Lone Eagle. He was indeed a middle-rank spirit master, but they didn't know that Lone Eagle cultivated 2 elements at the same time. His strength was much higher than others of the same rank. One of the middle-rank spirit masters from the Lu family was unexpectedly killed by Lone Eagle. Quickly kill that lone eye. Ludo roared angrily. A high-rank spirit master from the Lu family had no choice but to give up on the idea of killing the 8 generals. He faced Lone Eagle and wanted to cut him down. The 8 generals faced the rest of the spirit masters from the Lu family. The battle was extremely intense. The 8 generals weren't strong, but they had gone through the forest training and fought with all their might. If they were slashed by the opponent, they would return with a slash. The Lu family's spirit masters were frightened by the 8's killing intent. At this moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Family Ludo Yin, Lu, Uncle, Lu, and Ling King Lu Eagle, Lu, and Spirit, Dong, Lu, and Lu, and Ling. Lu Spirit, Lu. A few sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Ling, 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 ling. Ling, 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 Lu, Ling. Ling came Lu, Ling came. Lu with Ling Zhan's help, Lu Do ordered his men to stop, and so did the Ling. Ling Zhang glared at Lu Do and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Ling family and cause trouble? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think of leaving." "Haha, just you?" Lu Do calmly said to Ling Zhan, his eyes full of disdain. "Brother Zhan, he's from the Lu. He's interested in you Xi and Dai, or so he brought people to rob them," Meng Xian said. "You've got guts, do you really think this is your Lu? Today I'll cripple you first." Ling Zhan was furious and immediately stabbed at Lu Do. Ling Ling was a high-rank spirit master, and like Ling Xiao, he also cultivated the origin-returning qi. His strength was definitely strong within the same realm. He could see that Lu Do only had 4 high-rank spirit masters by his side, and he also had helpers on his side. Killing this brat shouldn't be a difficult matter. In any case, the Lu and Ling families were destined to fight, so he didn't have any misgivings about killing. However, Lu Do actually revealed a strange smile when facing Ling Zhan's spear. Something's wrong. Ling Zhan wasn't stupid. Since the opponent was so calm, he definitely had something up his sleeves. Just as he was about to retreat, a powerful pressure came at him. Ling Zhan's body flew back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. An old man silently appeared behind Lu Do. He didn't even make a move, he just glared at Ling Zhan and Ling Zhan was sent flying. Needless to say, this old man was a low-rank king that came with Lu Guangqiang. Who would have thought that the Lu family would send out a king to protect a junior? Could it be that Lu Do was already the future head of the Lu family? "Brother Zhan!" Meng Xian shouted and ran over to catch Ling Zhan. The two stumbled and fell together. "Godfather! Godmother!" Bai Yushi ran over to check. The others also gathered around Ling Zhan and his wife to protect them. Li Su took out a fire element profound artifact and shouted, "Junior from the Lu family, even the head of your family has to respectfully call me Grandmaster Li. I advise you to quickly leave." This must be the famous third-rank blacksmith Grandmaster Li. "My father has ordered that if Grandmaster Li is willing to leave the Ling family and come to my Lu family, we will definitely make you an elder. Your treatment will be twice as good as the Ling families. Why don't you consider it?" Lu Do wasn't a brainless person and actually tried to persuade Li Kong. "Humph, your Lu family is acting rashly. Aren't you afraid of suffering the consequences of your actions in the future?" Li Su coldly snorted. "Grandmaster Li, you should understand the principle of the victor being king. The Ling family has been the #1 family for so long, it's time for them to give up their position. Our Lu family isn't unreasonable. As long as the Ling family is willing to listen, we naturally won't make things difficult for them." Lu Do smiled faintly. "It's not up to a junior like you to interfere in this matter. We will naturally argue with your elders. You can leave." Li Su said, "I'm not here to cause trouble today. Those 2 women are mine. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me." Lu Do stared at Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. The faces of the Ling family changed. If it was a moment ago, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of the other side. But now that the other side had a real king-level expert, they were no longer able to fight against them. Once the king-level expert attacked, all of them would only be dead. At this time, many people from the Ling family arrived. Even the previous generation elder Ling Qin and the previous generation patriarch Ling Tsang had come. 2 half-step king-level experts were enough to dominate Meteorite City a few years ago, but now they were facing the danger of being exterminated. "It's really lively," Lu Do murmured. In fact, he had brought a king-level expert this time to see whether the old man from the Ling family had returned or not. He also wanted to see whether the kid who joined the Purple Sky sect had brought reinforcements. If they were all here, perhaps the Lu family would have to reconsider the plan of devouring the Ling family. If they were not here, then in 3 days, the Ling family's name would be erased. "Lu Do, I beg you, let them go." Luo Qingxuang let go of her reservations and whispered to Lu Do, "Hehe, do you think that's possible? If you say any more nonsense, I'll make you my maid." Lu Do laughed sinisterly. Ling Tsang frowned and raised his spear. "Get out of here, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." The spear in his hand was the Ling family's profound weapon. Now that he was half-step king level, For the sake of the Ling family's reputation, he would fight to the death even if he was a king-level expert. Ling Chun naturally stood up with Ling Tsong. Since the Grand Elder was not here, Ling Chun was the Ling family's anchor. Unfortunately, this ocean-stabilizing godly pillar was still too weak. You've got guts. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't know the difference between a half-step king-level expert and a real king-level expert. The king-level elder stood up and said. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun did not waste any words and attacked from the left and right. 2 balls of golden spear shadows rushed towards the king-level expert. Half-step king-level expert is still half-step king-level expert. Even if it's a combined attack, it won't be much of a threat. The king-level elder snorted in disdain. His aura rose and he reached out with his claws. 2 claws formed from spiritual energy blasted the golden spear shadows that filled the sky and scattered them. At the same time, the king-level figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Tsong. He grabbed Ling Tsong's chest and threw him away. Ling Chun stabbed towards the king-level's waist from behind. Unfortunately, King Jia leapt into the air and heavily kicked Ling Chun in the chest. Pfft. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun were injured in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the Ling family members became ugly. However, Ling Tsong and Ling Chun did not give up. The 2 gritted their teeth and once again attacked the king-level expert. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The king-level elder revealed a deep killing intent. His figure flashed and countless claws waved. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun could not see the other party's movements clearly. A few pieces of flesh were ripped out of their chests, and fresh blood flowed out. Everyone attacked together. Let's fight. Ling Yuan, as the clan leader, roared, and took the lead in attacking the king-level expert. The Ling family members all attacked with their full strength. Bursts of 5-colored spiritual energy blasted towards the king-rank old man. You're just a grain of rice, and you dare to attack? The king-level expert disdainfully flew into the air. His hands turned into palms, and 2 balls of spiritual energy descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful spiritual energy almost flattened the courtyard. The Ling family members were all shaken to the ground, and they looked extremely haggard. Third Grandpa, capture those 2 women for me first. Lu Do, who had retreated far away, called out to the king-level elder in the air. The elder nodded, and flew towards Bai Yushi and Wei Dai, who were lying on the ground, like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit. If you want to capture them, you'll have to get past me first. Lone Eagle could not let anything happen to the 2 of them. He used his wind attribute to block the 2 women, and at the same time, he swept out with his long sword. The king-level elder coldly snorted, and with a single claw, he threw Lone Eagle far away. Lone Eagle crashed through the wall, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lung Shi and Li Kuanghu also took the opportunity to block the elder, but the 2 of them were not a match for him, and were ruthlessly thrown away. The king-level elder effortlessly restrained the 2 women, and brought them back to Lu Do's side. Haha, thank you, Third Grandpa. Lu Do bowed to the elder, and then said to the 2 angry women, Tonight, you 2 will serve this young master well. Just as Lu Do and the others were about to capture the 2 women, a low voice sounded out. They will only serve this young master. You clown, are you worthy? Chapter 491. Who is it? Motherfucker, come back here. I'll skin you alive. Lu Do was furious to be called a clown by others. Recently, the Lu family had risen in power. Many matchmakers had brought their daughters to the Lu family to flatter him, making him feel as if he was on cloud 9. Which matchmaker didn't say that he was a rich, handsome and talented young man with matchless magic skills? Now he was actually insulted. He, young Master Lu, was very angry, and the consequences were very serious. A young man and woman were slowly walking over, and the woman was carrying a sprite child. Weren't they Ling Xiao, his wife, and little Ling Tian who had rushed back from Guzhai City? Ling Xiao looked at the sorry state of his courtyard, and the dozens of people lying on the ground. A few of them were even more miserable and couldn't move. A monstrous rage involuntarily rose in his heart. Originally, returning home was a very happy thing, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. His good mood had been ruined. Sun, is that you? Meng Shiyun crawled up and rubbed her eyes. Mother! Ling Xiao looked at Meng Shiyun and cried out. He instantly went to her side and helped her up. Meng Shiyun looked at her son, who she hadn't seen for a few years, and tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Child, you're finally willing to come back to see your mother. Mother, your child is unfilial. Ling Xiao knelt down in guilt. Now that he saw his mother again, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flow in his heart, making him feel very comfortable. Elder Qin, help me bring him over here. I want to cut open his face and see who the clown is. Seeing Ling Xiao's handsome appearance, Lu Dou was almost driven mad with jealousy. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance made Lu Dou mad with jealousy. At the same time, he also recognized Ling Xiao. This was the genius who had won first place in the clan's competition 4 years ago. However, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. With a king rank expert behind him, he could do as he pleased in Meteor City. He despised Ling Xiao in his heart. So what if he's a genius? When he left Meteorite City, he was only a middle-stage mystic cultivator. Even if 4 years have passed, he'll only be a spiritual master at most. Can he still threaten my Lu family? As Lu Dou's voice fell, a high-rank soul master shot out with a kick and grabbed at Ling Xiao's back with one hand. Young master, be careful. Several voices cried out in alarm at the same time. Xiao, be careful behind you. Meng Shiyun didn't even think before rushing in front of Ling Xiao to take the blow for him. Who knew that Ling Xiao would grab Meng Shiyun's shoulder with both hands and take the blow without even turning his head? That person didn't think that one blow would succeed. Just as he was about to grab Ling Xiao back, he found that he couldn't pull him back. That person's expression was a bit serious and he struck out again. 10 layers of spirit force slapped at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao still had his back to him and didn't move. Bang! Young master! A few more screams rang out at the same time. They all felt that Ling Xiao was definitely done for. However, in the next moment, they discovered that Ling Xiao was still standing there like a pine tree. He didn't move at all and wasn't sent flying. That high-rank soul master realized that something was wrong and was about to retreat. How could Ling Xiao give him the chance? Stop right there! Ling Xiao turned around and yelled. That voice was like the voice of a demon. That high-rank soul master really did stop his body. Die for me! Ling Xiao yelled at the high-rank spirit master again. If that high-rank soul master was fiercely sent flying, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. He fell more than 10 meters away and died. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao could make a high-rank soul master die with just one sentence? This kind of strength was too terrifying. Even a low-rank king-rank soul master couldn't directly kill a high-rank soul master with just pressure. Could it be that Ling Xiao had become a mid-rank king-rank soul master, or even higher in just a few years after leaving home? Lu Dou, let's go. This person is very strong. The king-rank soul master of the Lu family furrowed his brows. As a king-rank soul master, he couldn't sense Ling Xiao's true strength. There was only one possibility. Ling Xiao's strength was above his. Lu Dou didn't dare linger. He pushed Luo Qingxuang out of his arms and turned to flee. The low-level king-stage cultivator also pushed away the 2 women in his hands, intending to escape from this place first. Whoever flees dies. A clear and cold voice rang out, and a powerful aura locked down the entire courtyard. Lu Dou and the people he brought couldn't move. Even the king-rank soul master who had just jumped fell down heavily. The king-rank soul master was shocked. Is this the aura of an Earth sovereign? Aside from an Earth sovereign, he couldn't think of anyone else who could confine them all. Don't kill me. I'm the future head of the Lu family. If you kill me, my Lu family won't rest until your Ling family is dead. Lu Dou said while trembling. Ling Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to the Lu family. He walked to Lone Eagle's side and found that he only had half a breath left. Killing intent flashed through his eyes. Good thing you're not dead. Ling Xiao shoved 2 pills into his mouth, then carried him to the side and laid him flat. He then went to Li Kuanghu's side. Li Kuanghu didn't faint. It looked like he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. Young master, I'm useless. Li Kuanghu struggled to say something. Ling Xiao interrupted him. You don't have to say anything more. Rest well. Young master knows everything. He then stuffed 2 pills into Li Kuanghu's mouth and let him rest. When he saw Leng Shi, he was the most heavily injured. Fortunately, he was still breathing and could be saved. After feeding the heavily injured people the pills, Ling Xiao walked to his father and helped him up. "Father, I'm back." "It's good that you're back." "I'm fine. I'll go and see your grandfather and Elder Qin." Ling Zhan hid his excitement and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. Ling Xiao nodded and fed Ling Song and Ling Chen high-quality healing pills. Seeing Ling Xiao's return, Ling Song and Ling Chen's eyes were filled with relief. "Grandfather, Elder Chen, you don't have to worry. I'm here," Ling Xiao said as he stood up and walked in front of Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer. The 2 women's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and these tears contained the yearning they had for each other over the past few years. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll catch up with you after I'm done." Ling Xiao looked at the 2 women in front of him, his heart filled with love and guilt. He should have come back long ago, but he had too many things to worry about. Ling Xiao turned and walked towards Lu Dou. Luo Qingshuang, who was beside Lu Dou, stared at Ling Xiao without blinking. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with tears. "He's back. Why did he come back?" Luo Qingshuang's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She used to want Ling Xiao to come back to see them as soon as possible, but she had waited for 3 or 4 years. When she had given up on this relationship, he actually came back. Her mood was extremely conflicted, and she was extremely sad. When she saw that Ling Xiao did not even look at her, she knew that she could not go back to the past. Her heart had already died at this moment. "You want to steal my personal maid?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Dou calmly. Lu Dou's body kept trembling as he replied. "No, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Ling must have heard wrongly. We were just joking." "Oh, so it was a joke," Ling Xiao replied calmly and then said, "Then I'll also joke with you." After saying that, he lifted his foot and kicked towards Lu Dou's 3rd leg. "Ah!" Lu Dou let out a scream, and his whole body flew out like a prawn. "This kick is for my maid to vent her anger," Ling Xiao said faintly, and then walked towards him. Lu Dou hugged his lower part and revealed an extremely painful expression. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were full of begging as he looked at Ling Xiao. "This kick is for my mother." After saying that, Ling Xiao stepped on one of Lu Dou's legs. Crack! Ah! Lu Dou's leg was trampled out of shape, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "This kick is for my father. This kick is for the sake of the Ling family. This kick is for me to vent my anger." Crack! Crack! Ah! Lu Dou's limbs were all broken by Ling Xiao's stomp, and he had already fainted from the pain. The Lu family's people all broke out in a cold sweat. Didn't the Ling family only have one king stage? And that king stage had already left to travel. How old was this young man now? He could even kill a high-level spirit master in an instant, and that young woman was even more terrifying. She could directly imprison so many of them. One could imagine how terrifying her strength was. They were now extremely regretful. "Young master, we were forced to do this. Please let us go, and we will obey you in the future," the king stage old man said. "Is that so?" Ling Xiao replied, and then waved his hand and slapped King Stage. Pa! King Stage was sent flying a few meters away, and a few of his old teeth were knocked out. "You pieces of trash, you don't even want to be my dog," Ling Xiao shouted, and 8 flames shot out from his 8 fingers towards the Lu family's people. The flames ignited as soon as they touched them, and the Lu family's people were quickly burned to ashes. Even the Ling family's people felt a chill when they saw Ling Xiao's killing methods. Ling Xiao walked in front of the king stage old man and stomped on his dantian. Ah! The king stage old man let out a miserable scream as his spiritual energy leaked out. His dantian had been crippled. "Take that clown back and have your people wash their necks and wait for me to slaughter them," Ling Xiao said faintly as he kicked the old man to Lu Dou's side. The old man crawled up with difficulty and shouted at Ling Xiao, "You're so cruel. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." With that, he picked up his sword and committed suicide in front of everyone. Obviously, he couldn't bear the fact that his many years of cultivation had been crippled just like that, so he chose to commit suicide. "I'm not even afraid of gods, so why would I be afraid of ghosts?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Chapter 492. Meteor City's Lu clan. They were originally just a small clan in Meteor City, with only a few dozen people. Only 2 or 3 of them were spirit masters. They never thought that one day they would reach the top of Meteor City and become the #1 clan in the city. All of this was brought about by the Lu clan's second master, Lu Guangxiang. Lu Guangxiang left home for 15 years and returned as an intermediate king. Within a year, the Lu family had expanded its industry by dozens of times, and the total number of people had reached more than 300. The expanded manor was also the largest and most imposing in Meteor City, and even the Ling family couldn't compare in this aspect. In the Lu clan's cabinet, several high-level members of the Lu clan were gathered. Sitting in the main seat was not the Lu clan master, but the Lu clan's previous elder, Lu Guangxiang. Lu Guangxiang was only in his 60s or 70s. To be able to reach intermediate king at this age, one had to say that he was extremely lucky. 15 years ago he went out alone. At that time, he was only a high spirit master. In the early years he went to many places and met many strong people. Only then did he realize that he was really a frog in the well. He sighed in his heart that it was worth it to go out. Later on, he joined a mercenary group with his high spirit master strength. At that time, the leader of the mercenary group was already intermediate king, and he, as spirit master, could be considered a team leader. It was also because he joined the mercenary group that he ran into good luck during a forest hunt. When their mercenary group was hunting a rank 4 spirit beast, they happened to encounter a rank 5 python. The result could be imagined. After that battle, their mercenary group was almost completely devoured by the python. He was lucky enough to escape. While the python was chasing their leader, he obtained a precious rank 5 spirit herb of the same attribute. This made him extremely happy. At that time he was only a spirit master. To be able to obtain a rank 5 spirit herb was simply a gift from the heavens. He took the spirit herb and ran away, ignoring his companions. Then he hid in the forest, found a place, opened a cave, and closed his eyes to absorb the rank 5 spirit herb. This time, after coming out of seclusion, he directly stepped into the peak of Lo King. This made him ecstatic. However, his luck didn't end there. Not long after he came out of closed-door cultivation, he actually encountered an Earth Sovereign Realm expert fighting a 5th-grade spirit beast. In the end, although the Earth Sovereign stage cultivator managed to kill the 5th-rank spirit beast, he himself was severely injured and on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to retrieve an elixir. The Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator begged Lu Guangxiang for help. As long as Lu Guangxiang could save his life, Lu Guangxiang would help him reach new heights in the future. Unfortunately, how could Lu Guangxiang believe him? Without a second word, he killed the earthly sovereign steel and obtained its treasures. How could the treasures of an Earth Monarch rank be simple? There were many medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and dark crystals. With these treasures and the corpse of a 5th-grade spirit beast, it would be hard for him not to be rich. In the following years, Lu Guangxiang once again broke through to the mid-stage king stage. With strength, Lu Guangxiang's arrogance also increased. Therefore, he began to recruit those rogue cultivators and established a mercenary group like the others, beginning his career as a mercenary. In the beginning, everything went smoothly for him when he formed the mercenary group. Later, in order to compete with another mercenary group for a stock of 4th-grade spirit herb, he had a conflict with the other party. In the end, the 2 mercenary groups suffered a lot of casualties, but Lu Guangxiang's mercenary group still won. Just as they were about to harvest the fruits of victory, another mercenary group unexpectedly came out from the shadows. Lu Guangxiang's mercenary group was defeated by the other party, and Lu Guangxiang himself almost died in that battle. Fortunately, his group of brothers were still reliable at the crucial moment, and didn't leave him alone. It was also after that battle that Lu Guangxiang and his group of brothers became somewhat disheartened. They were tired of this kind of life of fighting and killing. In their hearts, they also developed a kind of phobia, afraid that one day they would lose their lives. Therefore, Lu Guangxiang proposed to return to his hometown and establish his own territory there to live a stable life. Therefore, Lu Guangxiang brought his group of brothers back to Meteorite City and began to establish a world that belonged to their Lu family. With Lu Guangxiang's strength, It was easy to sweep through Meteorite City. However, in order to establish a long-term dynasty, a firm foundation must be laid. Therefore, after returning for more than a year, he trained all the people of the Liu family who could be reformed, and gave them some third-grade spirit herbs to help them increase their strength. At the same time, he began to devour the properties of some small and medium-sized families in the city to expand himself. After a year of devouring, he began to move against the Ling family. He also heard that the Ling family had a king-level alchemist a few years ago. But what he really cared about was not that king-level alchemist, but the genius who became a third-grade alchemist at the age of 18, who had already become a disciple of the Purple Sky sect. With his tenbin, he would definitely be greatly valued by the Purple Sky sect, so he had no choice but to take action against the Ling family seriously. Therefore, he sent Lu Do to probe the real situation of the Ling family. As long as the kid who went to the Purple Sky sect didn't bring back strong reinforcements, everything would be easy. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take the risk so easily. After all, Meteorite City was also under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight against the Purple Sky sect. Lu Guangqiang, who was sitting at the head of the table, glanced at the Lu family's head and asked, "Doer hasn't returned yet?" The Lu family's head replied, "I haven't seen him yet. That child is very playful. I think he'll be back in a while. I hope nothing unexpected happens. I feel that it's not the right time to make a move against the Ling family," Lu Guangqiang said indifferently. "Second uncle, you're thinking too much. I've already asked around. That old bastard from the Ling family has long since left to travel, and I don't know when he'll return. Furthermore, how could that old fellow be a match for you, second uncle?" The head of the Lu family said disapprovingly. In his heart, he somewhat despised this second uncle of his. If he had such great strength, why didn't he kill his way over earlier? Why did he have to take things one step at a time? What do you know? I'm not worried about that old fellow, but that kid from the Purple Sky sect. Lu Guangqiang glared at the Lu family's head and shouted. At this time, an old man opposite of the Lu family's head said, "Big brother, there's no need to worry. Third brother has already accompanied Lu Do." This person was one of the two low-level king stage experts that Lu Guangqiang had brought back. They were both members of the mercenary group and sworn brothers with different surnames. "I hope I'm just being paranoid," Lu Guangqiang replied. Not long after, Lu Guangqiang sensed a lot of auras fluctuating in the direction of the Ling family. He knew that the Ling family must have clashed with Lu Do. There's no strong aura. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Lu Guangqiang asked doubtfully. He had experienced too many near-death situations, and now his courage had shrunk. He had no choice but to treat everything with caution. After a while, his eyelids kept twitching. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted in surprise. Why did third brother's aura suddenly weaken? Could it be that something really happened to third brother? The other king stage expert frowned and asked doubtfully. The Lu family's head strength was low, and he couldn't sense the aura fluctuations from far away. He didn't know what his uncle was talking about, but from his expression, he could tell that the situation wasn't good. "Uncle, what happened?" the Lu family's head asked. Lu Guangqiang didn't answer, but his expression was extremely solemn. "Something must have happened to third brother. What should we do? Could it be that the Ling family really has strong reinforcements?" The king stage elder said, "Big brother, why don't we go over and take a look now? We can't even sense the other party's aura. If we go over rashly, I'm afraid." Lu Guangqiang revealed a timid expression. The other king stage elder hesitated for a moment and said, "Then let's wait and see. There will definitely be news." The Lu family's head was restless and said, "Uncle, could it be that something really happened?" "Shut up," Lu Guangqiang roared. The Lu family's head was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. He said unhappily, "Isn't it a middle stage king stage? Why is he so scared? What a coward." Not long after, a guard hurriedly ran in and shouted, "No, not good. Patriarch. What the hell are you panicking about?" The Lu family's head shouted at the guard. Young master, he's been heavily injured." The guard pointed outside. At that moment, Luo Qingxuang walked in with Lu Do in her arms. What happened to Do? The Lu family's head instantly appeared next to Luo Qingxuang and looked at Lu Do. Luo Qingxuang handed Lu Do to the Lu family's head and said, "He was injured by the Ling family. The others are all dead." "What, all dead? Who did it? I'll go kill them." The Lu family's head roared angrily. "You piece of trash. What kind of strength do you have to be able to kill them? Let me see Do." Lu Guangqiang cursed from behind. The Lu family's head didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at his youngest son's miserable state and felt extremely uncomfortable and angry. All 4 of his limbs are broken, and his manhood has been destroyed. How vicious! Lu Guangqiang revealed a panicked expression and then asked Luo Qingxuang, "Who did it? Didn't they say that the Ling family only has 1 king stage? Even if my 3rd brother can't beat them, he can still escape." "Haha, you'll see that person soon. He told you to wash your necks and wait for him to come and kill you," Luo Qingxuang said with a maniacal laugh. "Stupid girl, what did you say?" Lu Guangqiang grabbed Luo Qingxuang's neck with one hand and said angrily, I'm just telling the truth. If you have the ability, then kill me. I don't want to live anymore," Luo Qingxuang said with a red face. When she saw Ling Xiao return, when she saw Ling Xiao ignore her heart died. Now she only wanted to die. Lu Guangqiang didn't kill Luo Qingxuang, but just threw her away. "Second brother, let's go. The Ling family must have strong reinforcements. We can't stay here for long," Lu Guangqiang said to another king stage cultivator. He hadn't even seen the other party and was already running away. It was clear that he was extremely afraid of death. "Uncle, you can't leave now." The Lu family's head immediately hugged Lu Guangqiang's body and begged, "Get out of my way." Lu Guangqiang kicked the Lu family's head away and was really about to leave the Lu family, who knew that just as Lu Guangqiang flew out the door, he seemed to have hit something and was fiercely bounced back. Chapter 493. Lu Guangqiang crawled up from the ground with a panicked expression. He didn't dare to escape from the front door again, so he flew straight to the roof and crashed through it. Bang! Just as he flew out, he hit something again and was bounced back again. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. "Lord, please. Lord, please." Lu Guangqiang didn't have any integrity at all as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Everyone in the Lu family was scared silly. Was this the very powerful elder from the previous generation? Why did he become so cowardly now? At this moment, a young man slowly walked in from the door. Who are you?" Lu family's head tried to calm down and asked. "I'm the one who crippled your son," Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're from the Ling family," Lu family's head exclaimed. Ling Xiao ignored him and glanced at the higher-ups of the Lu family. "You want to replace my Ling family with just these people? You're really overestimating yourself. How arrogant. You're just a mystic warrior, and you dare to be so arrogant." The king-level elder shouted, and a powerful aura pressed towards Ling Xiao. He didn't understand why his brother was so scared, but the kid in front of him looked like he was just a mystic warrior, so it was fine if he killed him. Who knew that the kid ignored his aura and still stood in the same place, as if he wasn't hurt at all. "You can all go die." Ling Xiao glared at the king-class cultivator, his aura surging out from his body. Pfft. Not only the low-level king-level elder, but even the Lu family's elders couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's aura, and were sent flying far away. Lu Guangqiang took the opportunity to escape in one direction. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? Ling Xiao raised a blue flame in his hand and covered everyone in the Lu family. None of the Lu family could escape. They were all caught in the fire and kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire. However, the fire grew bigger and bigger. In the end, not even their ashes were left. The only woman Ling Xiao did not kill was Luo Qingxuang, the woman he once had a relationship with. Ling Xiao grabbed her in his hand and rushed out of the cabinet of the Lu family. Ling Xiao escorted Luo Qingxuang out of the Lu residence. Luo Qingxuang's heart felt extremely comfortable as she sensed the familiar aura. She thought happily in her heart. "Don't tell me. He doesn't dislike me?" However, in the next moment, her fantasy was shattered. Ling Xiao put her down and said lightly, "Go back to your home, I'm sorry." After saying that, he flew back to the Lu family. Luo Qingxuang looked at the departing figure and squatted on the ground, crying out loud. I'm laughing at you for not leaving. I'm laughing at you for not leaving. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly she shouted, that figure would never return. Ling Xiao hovered in the air, looking down at the panic-stricken Lu family disciples, his eyes filled with indifference. Since you want to destroy my Ling family, then you will have to suffer my wrath, Ling Xiao murmured, and the surrounding spiritual energy moved without any wind. As a strong spiritual energy gathered, Ling Xiao slowly spread out his palms, and a strong flame condensed in the air above him. Go to hell all of you. Ling Xiao threw a huge fireball at the Lu family's manor. Boom. The huge fireball smashed into the Lu residence like a meteor, forming a huge pit. Many houses were directly smashed into smithereens, and the heavenly fire continued to spread in all directions, burning all the buildings near the Lu residence. The Lu residence became a scene of purgatory. Everyone in the Lu residence, regardless of their gender, age or gender, was rolling and screaming in the sea of fire. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and flew back to the Ling residence. Facing such cruel behavior, Ling Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Since the Lu residents wanted to eradicate the Ling residents, they had to accept the consequences of their own actions. Ling Xiao had always thought of himself as a kind person, but if anyone dared to touch the people around him, he would become a demon. Moreover, this time the Lu residents dared to hurt the people closest to him. If he did not destroy the Lu residents, how could he swallow this anger? The Lu residents became a sea of purgatory. This news instantly attracted the attention of everyone in Meteorite City. For a moment, all the gossip and rumors began to spread. The Lu residents wanted to devour the Ling residence, but now it was destroyed. Could it be that the Ling residence's great elder has returned? Even if the Ling residence's great elder returned, he wouldn't be able to fight 1 against 3. I think it might be young Master Ling Xiao who brought the Purple Sky Sect's great elder back to destroy the Lu residence. You're all wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. It was young Master Ling Xiao. He destroyed the Lu family with just one move. His current power is too terrifying. That's impossible. The Lu residence has 3 monarchs. Even if young Master Ling Xiao returned after studying for 4 years, he shouldn't be this powerful, right? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, this is the truth. While the outside was in an uproar, Ling Xiao returned to the Ling residence's inner courtyard. Although Ling Zhao's original courtyard was destroyed, the Ling residence had many courtyards, so he moved to another courtyard to settle down. When he returned to the courtyard, Meng Xian was hugging little Ling Tian and playing with him. Little darling, what's your name? Although Meng Xian felt that the little guy in front of her was very similar to her son, before her son admitted it, she was too embarrassed to randomly recognize him. It would be embarrassing if she recognized the wrong person. Little Ling Tian obediently replied, My name is Feng Ling Tian. When Meng Xian heard that the child's surname wasn't Ling, her expression became somewhat unnatural. Did I guess wrong? Meng Xian was puzzled. Ling Xiao walked in and said to Meng Xian with a smile, Mother, there's no need to doubt it. Tianer is your grandson. Then he waved to the priestess who didn't dare to sit. Yinner, come here, this is our mother. For a moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Although they guessed that this fairy-like woman and child should have a deep relationship with Ling Xiao, when Ling Xiao personally admitted it, they were still shocked. The priestess shyly walked to Meng Xian's side and greeted, Wife. Wife Feng Xianyan greets mother. The priestess grew up in Guji City. As a princess, she didn't have many friends and wasn't good at socializing. Now that she saw her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but be nervous, so she hesitated. Good wife, quickly get up, quickly get up. Meng Xian was naturally very satisfied with this wife. Aside from her outstanding appearance, she also had a terrifying cultivation. Most importantly, she gave birth to a good grandson, so of course she was very happy. Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer's eyes were filled with envy. Although they bitterly waited for Ling Xiao for a few years, they knew their own identities. They couldn't become Ling Zhao's main wife. Who told Ling Xiao to be such an outstanding man? It was like this 4 years ago, and it was still like this now. He was always so outstanding. It wouldn't be normal for a man like this to not have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Xiao, or why did your good grandson follow your wife's surname? Meng Xian asked in confusion. This was the Ling family's bloodline, so why did he follow his mother's surname? Meng Xian was definitely unhappy. The priestess was a bit nervous when she heard Meng Xian's question. In any place, children would follow their father's surname, so following their mother's surname wasn't a big deal. She was afraid that if Meng Xian insisted on keeping her son in the Ling family, what would she do? Of course, she couldn't use force against the Ling family, but it wouldn't be easy to explain to her grandfather. Mother, this is my decision. Yun, has been living with her grandfather since she was young. Now that grandfather is old, and I have taken Yun'er away, I have decided to let Tian be adopted by grandfather, so that he will not be too lonely. Mother, if you like children, Yun'er and I can have a few for you. Ling Xiao said as he held his mother's shoulders. Then you don't plan on raising Tian in the future? Meng Xian hugged little Ling Tian tightly, as if she was afraid that her grandson would disappear. Mother, Yun'er's grandfather is quite pitiful. Don't fight with him over this brat. He's very mischievous and hard to teach. Ling Xiao continued to persuade. Father, Tian isn't mischievous. The little fellow wrinkled his nose unhappily. It's none of your business. Shut up. Ling Xiao fiercely said to little Ling Tian. Go to the side. Who dares to bully my grandson? I won't play with him. Meng Xian firmly stood on the little fellow's side and scolded Ling Xiao. Mother, don't spoil this brat too much. Ling Xiao was a bit speechless and muttered in his heart. Even mother likes this brat. My good days are coming to an end. I also spoiled you like this when you were young, but I didn't spoil you too much. Meng Xian rolled her eyes at her son. Ling Xiao was speechless and lamented in his heart. Now that you have a grandson, you don't want a son anymore. At this time, Feng Xian knelt in front of Meng Xian and said, Mother, I know it's unfilial for the Ling family to let Tian follow his grandfather, but I beg you to pity his lonely grandfather. Don't fight with him, okay? Yun'er will serve you for the rest of my life. Child, hurry up and come. I can't make the decision. Let Xiao, talk to his father. It's just a pity for my grandson. Meng Xian carried little Ling Tian with one hand, and helped Feng Xian up with the other. The kind-hearted Bai Yushi stood up and said, Godmother, just agree to young mistress. Young mistress can give birth to a few fat grandchildren for you to raise. The priestess looked at Bai Yushi with gratitude. Bai Yushi took the opportunity to bow to the priestess and said, Yushi greets young mistress. I'm young master's personal maid. If young mistress needs anything in the future, just tell me. Bai Yushi's feelings for Ling Xiao couldn't be understood by others. Thinking back to the past, Bai Yushi's heart was filled with endless sweetness. Even though Ling Xiao had a wife now, she still put Ling Xiao first. She would always be the young master's only maid. Chapter 494. On the third day after Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family, the entire Ling family was filled with jubilation. This was because the Ling family was still the #1 family in Meteorite City, and the only big family in the city. The other small families could only rely on the Ling family. Otherwise, they would end up like the Lu family. The Ling family had reached an unprecedented peak, and this was all because of the glory brought by their 14th elder, Ling Xiao. The 14th elder had already replaced the Grand Elder as the true stabilizing force of the Ling family. They believed that as long as the 14th elder existed, the Ling family would prosper and no one would dare to provoke the Ling family again. Before this, those who were injured by the Lu family's King Jia had all recovered, and were temporarily out of danger. During this time, Ling Xiao also spent a lot of effort to convince his father to let little Ling Tian marry the high priestess. Ling Zhan and Meng Xian were both reasonable people. Even though they were reluctant, they still reluctantly agreed. Furthermore, their grandson was still theirs, and it was just a change of surname. Their son was still young, and it would be a good thing for them to have a few more grandsons in the future. Currently, the courtyard of Ling Zhao's house was bustling with noise and excitement. The elders of the Ling family were all here. Those who didn't know would think that Ling Zhao's house was where the Ling family's cabinet was located. They had all seen Ling Zhao's methods. As a member of the same family, they naturally had to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the identity of an alchemist. They were more or less hoping that Ling Xiao would reward them with some medicinal pills to help them improve. Ling Xiao was still a junior, so he naturally couldn't reject them. He could only bite the bullet and come out to greet them. Otherwise, others would say that he had grown capable and didn't even want the people of the family. After exchanging some pleasantries with the elders, Ling Yuan, as the patriarch, ordered most of the people to leave first. In the hall, there were only a few people that Ling Xiao was familiar with. Grandfather Ling Song, the previous elder Ling Chen, god-grandfather Li Su, uncle Ling Yuan, father Ling Zhan, and third uncle Ling Tao. Li Su narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good boy, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've become so powerful. Tell me, what realm are you at now? The others also focused their gazes on him, as if they all wanted to know the exact answer. Ling Xiao could only honestly say, I barely reached the high-level king level. High-level king rank? The few people from the Ling clan all sucked in a breath of cold air. They clearly remembered that Ling Xiao was only a mid-stage mystic realm cultivator when he left Meteor City, yet he was a high-level king realm cultivator now. In these 4 years, he had actually crossed 7 minor ranks and crossed 2 major ranks. This advancement speed seemed to be a little too fast. All of them had cultivated for most of their lifetimes, and the most formidable amongst them was only at the half-step king rank. However, Ling Xiao was still so young, yet he'd already left them far behind. How could they, the seniors, endure this? Good boy, worthy of being our Meteor City's genius. Li Su slapped his thigh and praised. Ling Song also nodded with satisfaction. Good. As expected of a disciple of my Ling clan. You must have a high position in the Purple Sky sect, right? Ling Xiao replied. It's all right. This time I came back mainly to see my parents. I'm preparing to go on a long journey. You've just come back and you're already thinking of going on a long journey? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. In his heart, he was still hoping that Ling Xiao would help him raise his cultivation to the king rank. The northwest is too small. I want to go to the central region. Ling Xiao replied with a light smile. He then continued, Grandfathers, Elder Chen, if you have the chance in the future, you must go outside and take a look. Meteor City is too backward, and if this continues, it will be difficult for your cultivation to progress. Although Ling Xiao's words were a bit direct, they were also stating a fact. In Meteor City, Mystic Realm cultivators belonged to the ranks of experts, Spirit Masters were first-rate experts, and King ranks were absolute experts. However, in the outside world, Mystic Realm cultivators weren't even guards, and Spirit Masters were barely qualified to guard the door. As for King ranks, they weren't that rare. Now that he had become stronger, he didn't want his clan to remain a small, backward clan. One day, he would make the Ling clan a first-rate clan. Xiao is right. Blindly cultivating is not a good idea. If you have the chance to go out, you won't have lived in vain. Ever since Ling Song had stepped down from the position of clan leader, his state of mind had become much more open-minded. This was also the reason why he was able to become half a step into the king rank. Now that he heard Ling Xiao say this, Ling Song felt that it was very reasonable. We're just a bag of old bones. Where else can we go? Ling Chen said somewhat dispiritedly. If he was still 20 or 30 years old, perhaps he would agree with Ling Xiao's words. However, he was now nearly 100 years old, and no longer had that exuberant drive. Elder Chen, don't be discouraged. At your age, breaking through to the king rank is still very young. In the future, you may have a chance to step into the king rank. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Ling Chen shook his head. It's only half a step, but breaking through half a step is easier said than done. Even the Grand Elder only took that step after extreme misfortune. Ling Yuan's eyes flashed. Elder Chen, did you not understand Xiao's words? Ling Chen was a bit startled for a moment, and then he came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, you have a way to help me break through? At this time, Ling Song also seemed to be very excited. Half a step into the king rank was still half a step, and there was still a large gap between it and the Real King rank. If they could break through to the king rank, then their lifespan would greatly increase, and they would then have more time to train. It's not difficult to help you break through to the king rank, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ling Chun and Ling Song's bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Li Su, Ling Zhan, Ling Yuan, and Ling Tao's eyes were filled with passion. Xiao, are you a level 4 alchemist? Ling Zhao's father, Ling Zhan, asked from the side. Ling Xiao nodded his head in acknowledgement. He was now much more than a level 4 alchemist. Hearing Ling Zhao's confirmation, everyone in the room became very excited. Ling Song even praised. The heavens really are protecting our Ling family. The heavens are protecting our Ling family. If the Grand Elder heard this, he would definitely be very happy. Grandpa, there's nothing to be happy about. Listen to me first, Ling Xiao said with a smile. If it was before, Ling Xiao would definitely be very arrogant and say, "What's a level 4 alchemist? I'm already a level 5 alchemist." Now he was a man who had lived for more than a year. He was a man who already had a wife and a child. His personality had become slightly more stable, and he didn't seem too arrogant in front of his family. This time, I've come back not only to help you increase your strength, but also to give you some cultivation resources. Once I find a place to settle down in the central region, I'll bring you back. One day, the Ling family will be famous throughout the world. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with unprecedented lofty aspirations. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that he wanted to advance towards this goal. Everyone in the room revealed an expression of disbelief. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao would have such great ambitions and thoughts? They asked themselves in their hearts, would their Ling family have such a day? They only thought that Ling Xiao was joking, but in the future, they would witness this joke becoming true. After sending away the people who were in a daze, Ling Xiao walked into the courtyard. Meng Xiyun, Feng Xianyan, Bai Yuxi, and Wei Dyer were all playing around little Ling Tian happily. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao felt very comfortable. He was glad that Feng Xianyan was able to get along well with Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer. As long as there wasn't a fire in the harem, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. Ling Xiao admitted that he was very good at fighting and killing, but how to deal with the relationship between women was a problem that needed to be investigated. Therefore, the fact that they could get along with each other saved him a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao called out to Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer and asked them to follow him. In these 3 days, he was busy taking care of the injured and catching up with his family. He didn't have the chance to have a good chat with the two ladies. It had been 4 years, and he still missed them a lot. In the room, Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer looked tenderly at the handsome man sitting down. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would say something heartless and leave them far away. "Why are you guys standing there? Come over to my side," Ling Xiao said with a charming smile. The two women glanced at each other, then slowly walked over. The current Ling Xiao was already a high and mighty king that they could only look up to. In their hearts, they had a little more respect for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao noticed their strange behavior. He stood up and opened his arms to embrace the two ladies. He said indifferently, "It's been hard on you guys these few years." The two ladies' hearts trembled. They were happy in their hearts. So he didn't forget about them. Looking at the two ladies in his arms who were crying, Ling Xiao said, "What's wrong? Are you touched by this young master?" "Screw you, we're not." Wei Dyer laughed through her tears. Bai Yuxi nodded honestly and said, "I thought young master didn't want me anymore. I was so scared. Now I'm not afraid because young master hasn't changed. He's still the original young master." Ling Xiao touched Bai Yuxi's head pitifully and said, "Of course. I spent a lot of money to buy you. You can only serve me for the rest of your life." He then said to Wei Dyer, "Sister Dyer, you're even sexier now." When the two ladies heard Ling Xiao's words, their hearts were filled with joy. The apprehension they had before disappeared. "Good brother, can I follow by your side in the future? I don't want to think about you every day and night," Wei Dyer said as she hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly. Bai Yuxi nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, young master. Take us with you. We're very powerful now. We won't be a burden to you. Besides, young master and young mistress also need people to take care of them. All right, you guys can follow me from now on. I'm just afraid that you'll feel wronged." Ling Xiao agreed without thinking. No, as long as I can follow young master, I'll be very satisfied. Bai Yushi quickly replied. Brother is so outstanding. There will definitely be many women in the future. I'll be satisfied as long as you have a little place for me in your heart. Wei Dyer replied. Chapter 495. After settling the two women's thoughts, Ling Xiao shut himself off for a few days. 5 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion and headed straight for the inner pavilion. The younger generation of the Ling family looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship. That's the 14th elder, right? I heard from my father that he's already at the king level, and he destroyed the Lu family by himself. The 14th elder is even more powerful than our grand elder. He'll be my idol from now on. Tisk, my father always tells me that a son should be like the 14th elder. I've already placed the 14th elder's memorial tablet in front of me. In the future, I'll definitely be half as powerful as the 14th elder. If I'm a third as powerful as the 14th elder, then I'll be satisfied. Within the inner pavilion, the elders of the Ling family were anxiously waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. When Ling Xiao ran into the hall, all the elders of the Ling family showed a rare smile. Their smiles were filled with respect and flattery. Everyone's here, Ling Xiao said casually. He muttered to himself, didn't I tell uncle not to inform so many people? Why are they all here now? But that's fine, I don't have to wait for someone else to relay the message. Just as Ling Xiao was about to find an inconspicuous place to sit down, Ling Yuan called out, Xiao, why are you sitting so far away? Come sit with your grandfather. Ling Song sat at the front, and there were a few elders from the previous generation sitting with him. Now that he had allowed Ling Xiao to sit with them, it was clear how much Ling Yuan valued his nephew. The other elders naturally didn't have any objections since the 14th elder was so powerful. Today, I've called everyone here to announce something. After discussing it with the previous elders and the previous family head, we've specially appointed the 14th elder as our family's guardian elder. In addition to protecting the family, he also has the authority to clean up anyone who disobeys or betrays the family. If anyone has any objections, you can voice them now, Ling Yuan said faintly as he glanced at the people seated. None of the elders present would object to this, unless their brains were caught in a door. What kind of strength did Ling Xiao have? If he became their clan protector elder, it would be like giving them a powerful protective umbrella over their heads. That was exactly what they were looking for. None of the elders had any objections, and all of them approved it. Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything. It was just a title. This was his family, so it was natural for him to protect them. However, he couldn't take care of them for the rest of his life. Only when their strength increased would they have the ability to protect themselves. Xiao, why don't you say something? Ling Yuan looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and stood up. He looked coldly at the elders who were sitting in the room. The elders suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. They felt a chill in their hearts, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Everyone here can be said to be my uncles. I, Ling Xiao, am your junior, but today I have to say something unpleasant, Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He paused for a moment before continuing, you're really too weak. In this most backward city you almost lost your position. Don't you feel ashamed? Whoosh. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged and elderly people all had ugly expressions on their faces. They all felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and they all sneered in their hearts. Could it be that you're planning to go back to the family and flaunt your strength just because you've made some achievements? I know you might think I'm flaunting, but I can tell you that I'm not in the mood to flaunt in front of you. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to become a king one day? Become the earthly emperor? If you do, then from today onwards, focus on your cultivation. Don't always think about fighting for power. I will satisfy your wishes, but only if you have the qualifications. You don't need to doubt anything I say, Ling Xiao said calmly. He then turned to Ling Chun and said, Grandpa, Elder Chun, this is a king rudiment pill. It can increase your chances of breaking through to the king level. With your half step into the king level, with this king rudiment pill, you'll definitely be able to break through to the king level. King rudiment pill? The Ling family members were all stunned. Ling Song and Ling Chen each received the pill. their eyes flashing with excitement. Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost fainted from the expressions of the elders in his family. He felt a sense of powerlessness and defeat, which made him feel sad. He had originally thought that they would all cry out in surprise and crave for such a high-grade pill. However, from their expressions, it seemed that they didn't know what a king rudiment pill was. It had to be said that their standards were too low. It was also the first time that Ling Chun and Ling Song had heard of a king rudiment pill. However, this pill was related to their chances of becoming king-level cultivators, so of course they would accept it first. They trusted Ling Xiao's words completely. This is a level 4 pill. We'll continue after my grandpa and Elder Chen break through, Ling Xiao said, and left the inner pavilion without looking back. He had made up his mind that he would change his family members from this ignorant state. 2 days later, 2 powerful auras rose from 2 different corners of the Ling family. The entire Ling family could feel these 2 powerful auras. Haha, I've finally broken through to the king level. A figure rushed into the sky, laughing wildly. This person was the previous generation's elder Ling Chun. The other figure also rushed up and said loudly, I've also broken through. This feels so good. Elder Chun and the previous clan leader really broke through? That's great. Our Ling family has 2 more king-level cultivators. Exactly. Let's see who dares to provoke our Ling family in the future. Right, this is the pill for the guardian elder. I want to become a king-level cultivator as well. I'm going to ask the 14th elder for help. I want to become a king-level cultivator as well. For the next few days, Ling Zhao's courtyard was filled with people. They were all the clan elders and attendants. They had personally witnessed the birth of 2 king-level cultivators in front of their eyes. That was the goal of their entire lives. Once one entered the king level, they would gain 200 years of lifespan and a powerful body. Who didn't want to become a king? However, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to waste with them. He gave the spirit-breaking pill and king rudiment pill to his uncle, Ling Yuan, and asked him to come up with a reward system. Whoever contributed the most to the family would be rewarded with a spirit-breaking pill. At the same time, whoever reached the peak of the spirit master level the fastest would also be rewarded with a king rudiment pill. Ling Xiao believed that under the stimulation of this reward system, it wouldn't be long before the strength of their clan's elders would increase by a lot. At the same time, Ling Xiao gave some profound crystals, 3rd and 4th tier profound weapons, and some azure and green tier cultivation techniques to his grandfather, Ling Song, and asked him to make arrangements. When Ling Song received these high-grade profound weapons and profound skills, he was so excited that he almost went crazy. However, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had plundered the spatial rings of many experts over the years, obtained many benefits from the secret Mirror Heaven suppressing sect, and plundered all the treasures of the rank 7 heavy sword sect. Right now Ling Xiao was a huge treasure trove. In the eyes of others, high-grade items were insignificant in his eyes. He took out these treasures so that his family could grow stronger and make plans for the future. After Ling Xiao handed over the spatial rings to Ling Song, he said, Grandfather, our Ling family is still very weak. We absolutely cannot let outsiders know about these things, or else you will definitely attract a fatal disaster. Ling Song nodded and said, An ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Grandfather understands this principle. That's good. Although Meteor City is a bit behind the times, it will be beneficial for our family to gradually grow stronger without outsiders knowing about it. In the future, when I have a place to settle in the central region, I will move my family there. Of course, if others want to stay here, I won't force them, Ling Xiao said. And you're right. After all, not everyone is always filled with fighting spirit like you. And there are many people who like to be content with the status quo. However, grandfather will always support you. I believe that one day, you will lead the family to a height that others cannot even look up to, Ling Song said in a gratified tone. He knew that his grandson was a genius, but he had never thought that he would become so strong in such a short period of time. This was simply not something that could be described as a genius. Even calling him a genius was not an exaggeration. After Ling Xiao explained everything that needed to be said, he entered the study with his father, Ling Zhan. Good boy, your father has bitterly cultivated for a few years, and I thought that I would surpass you, but you've left me far behind. You are truly worthy of being my son." Ling Zhan happily patted his son's shoulder. Ever since Ling Zhan had recovered his ability to cultivate, he had been desperately cultivating and advancing very quickly. Now that he was a high-rank spirit master, he had thought that he would be able to catch up to his son's footsteps, but he had never expected that the gap between them would only grow wider and wider. He felt somewhat sad, but he was even more happy for his son. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to destroy his father's confidence. He took out the 10,000-year stone milk and handed it to him, saying, "Father, you should have noticed the extraordinariness of the three-part origin returning qi. As long as you continue to work hard, it will definitely be of great benefit to you. So it's best if we don't rely on medicinal pills to advance. This is the 10,000-year stone milk, and it can cleanse and expand your meridians, making it even better for your future cultivation." At the same time, Ling Xiao handed over a spatial ring to Ling Zhan. It was already filled with a lot of high-grade healing pills, hundreds of thousands of low-grade profound crystals, several high-grade profound artifacts, and blue-tier profound skills. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be stingy towards his own father. When Ling Zhan received the spatial ring and saw the things inside, he almost cried out in excitement. The spatial ring itself was a rare treasure in Meteor City, and everything inside was extremely precious. How could Ling Zhan not be excited? "Father, I'll be going to the central region soon, so you have to stay at home and take care of mother. Once I find a place to stay, I'll bring you over," Ling Xiao said. "Don't worry, your mother is like your father right now. She often cultivates to pass time, so she won't be lonely. When the time comes, you should hurry up and give birth to a few grandchildren. When we reach the central region, your mother and I will be even happier," Ling Zhan replied. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide, so Ling Zhan naturally wouldn't stop his son's fighting spirit. Chapter 496. Ling Xiao had already done his best to arrange everything for the family. The people of the Ling family were all happy. Many elders obtained the spirit-breaking pill, and their strength greatly increased. Those who were originally high-level spirit masters all entered seclusion, hoping to reach the peak of the spirit master level as soon as possible. At the same time, they also told their children to cultivate well or work hard for the family, so that they could obtain the generous rewards of the family as soon as possible. For a time, the Ling family showed a scene of prosperity and unity. At this time, Ling Xiao gave his mother and the two women a 10,000-year pearl. After the three women found out about the effects of the 10,000-year pearl, they almost jumped in joy. Bai Yuxi and Wei Dai even gave Ling Xiao many kisses. As a mother, Meng Xiyun was naturally praising her son for giving her such a good gift. After the three women consumed the 10,000-year pearl, they each emitted a bright and beautiful light. In an instant, the surrounding scenery became a lot dimmer. Meng Xiyun was originally a beauty. Although she was already in her early 40s, she had always maintained herself well. She looked like she was only in her 30s, the age where she was full of charm. Now that she consumed the 10,000-year pearl, her temperament and skin color became even more dignified and elegant, full of nobility. She did not look old at all. Instead, she looked more like a mature woman in her 30s. Bai Yuxi was originally a pitiful beauty, but now she became even more charming and alluring. Her face that seemed like it could drip water became even more radiant and alluring, and her temperament rose by more than a level from before. If she was considered a first-rate beauty before, then she was now a genuine top-grade beauty. Wei Dai had also changed a lot. Her original charm and sexiness were already attractive enough to attract men. Now, regardless of whether it was her appearance or her figure, she was glowing with radiance. She was truly a stunner in every man's fantasy. She gave people the urge to embrace her and violate her. "Godmother, you've become really beautiful." Bai Yuxi looked at Meng Xiyun and praised. Wei Dai also praised. "That's right, Godmother, you're so beautiful that I'm jealous." When Ling Xiao left, Wei Dai also acknowledged Meng Xiyun as her godmother. Since Ling Xiao kept calling her sister, she might as well be his god-sister. "Silly girls, you two are even more beautiful than Godmother. Godmother is getting old." Meng Xiyun blushed slightly. If she had a mirror, she would definitely take a good look to see if she had really become younger and more beautiful. In any case, she felt that Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer had really become more beautiful. When Feng Xianyun saw the changes in the three girls, she couldn't help but remember that she hadn't taken the 10,000-year pearl that Ling Xiao had given her. They've all become prettier. I'll also become prettier when I get back. I can't lose to them, Feng Xianyun thought to herself. All women had a competitive heart. Feng Xianyun was a normal woman, so naturally, she didn't want to be outdone by others. Ling Xiao looked at the chattering women, and was very happy. He tactfully turned around and walked out of the house. Outside the courtyard, a 1.5-meter-tall black bear was playing with a mischievous little fellow. There were a few servants following beside the black bear, as if they were afraid that the little fellow would fall off the bear's back. When Ling Xiao walked out, the black bear ran towards Ling Xiao with clumsy steps. Little Ling Tian, who was on the bear's back, shouted happily, "Oh, Uncle Little Black, you're too slow. You're too far behind Uncle Little Gold." The black bear came in front of Ling Xiao and stuck out its tongue to lick Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao could only use his hand to guide it, and let it lick his hand. He then rubbed the black bear's head and said, "Little Black, I haven't seen you for a few years and you've grown so tall. It's time for you to improve." After saying that, Ling Xiao took out a level 3 Earth Attribute Beast Pill, and placed it in front of the black bear. "Daddy, what's this? It's so shiny and beautiful. I want it too." The little fellow on the bear's back asked. "You have a share in everything. Hurry up and get down. Otherwise, don't cry when you fall." Ling Xiao reprimanded in a bad mood. "Uncle Little Black is great. It won't throw me." The little fellow wrinkled its nose and said. At this time, the black bear swallowed the beast pill. Following that, the black bear let out a long roar towards the sky. A ball of earthen yellow light bloomed, and its aura suddenly increased. The little fellow on the black bear's back was caught off guard, and was knocked away by the black bear's aura. "Young master!" Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu cried out in alarm and chased after the little fellow. They didn't want to see the little fellow hurt from the fall, who knew that they would be imprisoned by an aura before they could even run a few steps. "It's fine. Let him go." Just as they were about to resist, Ling Xiao's indifferent voice sounded. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu really didn't understand why their young master was so heartless. He actually allowed their son to fall. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the young master isn't young master's biological son? However, just as they had this thought, they immediately dispelled it. This was because they saw the little fellow, who had fallen a few meters away, climb up and touch his little butt. "Uncle Little Black is so bad. He made my butt hurt." Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A child who was only 1.5 years old falling so heavily should at least have broken his arms and legs. Otherwise, he should have cried loudly. However, the little fellow only wrinkled his nose and touched his butt. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. As expected of the young master's son, he is indeed different. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to his evildoer son. Instead, he looked at the black bear that was advancing. This black bear was the little black bear that he had personally delivered in the desolate mountain range. Unfortunately, its parents were killed by mercenaries. It was almost captured by others as a pet beast. Fortunately, he had snatched it back. In the few years that he had left, he had asked Bai Yushi to take care of it. Now it was already a rank 2 spirit beast. After swallowing the rank 3 beast core that he gave it, it should be able to condense a beast core and become a rank 3 spirit beast. It continuously patted its chest with its paws and let out a series of roars. Everyone in the courtyard was alarmed by it. After 2 hours, the black bear finally stopped roaring. It had grown from its original height of 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters. It looked majestic and mighty, and its black fur was glossy and shiny. It kept sticking out its tongue and licking Ling Xiao's hand, looking like it was trying to please him. "All right, Lil Black, you will become even stronger in the future. Go play on the side," Ling Xiao said as he patted the black bear's chest. Following that, Ling Xiao turned to Lone Eagle and said, "Lone Eagle, Kuanghu, gather the 8 generals here. Also bring Cold Snake over." "Yes, young master." The two bowed and immediately went to gather the people. The 8 generals were freelance mercenaries and rogue cultivators that chose to follow Ling Xiao when he left Meteor City. They were all between 22 and 35 years old. They were all people that Ling Xiao felt had strong willpower, which was why he took them in. Back then, he had set a 3-year agreement with them. As long as they didn't leave Meteor City, he decided to take them in. Now that 4 years had passed, they had all reached the Spirit Master level. It had to be said that they had cultivated with all their might in these few years. Looking at the 8 people filled with killing intent, Ling Xiao was quite satisfied. In the 4 years that he wasn't here, Lone Eagle, Kuang Hu, and the others had already carried out cruel jungle training on these 8 people. The 8 of them had experienced countless life and death situations in these few years to force out their potential and break through to the Spirit Master level. Of course, their Tenbin was also the upper class among ordinary people. I am very happy that all of you can still stay in my Ling family today. I am also very happy for you because you all stayed and I will fulfill your hopes. Ling Xiao said as he glanced at the 11 people with satisfaction. Everyone's eyes became fanatical, especially the 8 generals that hadn't received any benefits from Ling Xiao. They had waited bitterly for 4 years and thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't return. However, they had decided that Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu and Cold Snake were the 3 bosses. This was because the 3 of them were far stronger than the 8 of them. They felt that even if Ling Xiao returned, he wouldn't necessarily be worth following. However, Ling Xiao's strong return made them firm in their wavering thoughts. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu and Cold Snake naturally wouldn't have any doubts about Ling Xiao. The 3 of them had all witnessed Ling Xiao's true methods. Everyone report your attributes and come forward to receive a spirit-breaking pill. Ling Xiao said as he held quite a few spirit-breaking pills in his hands. One by one, starting with Ling 1. Lone Eagle said from the side. These 8 people's names had all been changed to code names from 1 to 8, using Ling as their surname. This was because they would be Ling Xiao's 8 most loyal generals. The 8 of them each received their own spirit-breaking pills with joy on their faces. It's best if you don't take the spirit-breaking pill yet. Save it for when you break through to the high Spirit Master level. Ling Xiao reminded them. He then took out 11 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion and said, "Everyone take 1 bottle. It will give you an unexpected harvest." After taking out the 11 bottles of 10,000-year stone emulsion, Ling Xiao didn't have much left. However, for the people around him, he felt that it was worth it. When the 11 people received the small bottle, they were all puzzled. What is this bottle of water? Will it really have any effect? Find a quiet place and take it first. I'll protect you, Ling Xiao said. He didn't explain the effects of the 10,000-year stone emulsion because they would find out after taking it. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had a powerful icy power, and it wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. However, with Ling Xiao protecting them and guiding them, they could easily absorb it. The 11 of them glowed once more, and their strength had unexpectedly broken through. Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals had all broken through, while Li Kuanghu had stepped into the realm of Half-Step King. They felt as if their bodies had been cleansed once more, and there was an indescribable feeling of comfort in their bodies. All of them immediately bowed to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for your help, young master. Cleansing your marrows and opening your meridians will be of great benefit to your future cultivation," Ling Xiao said. He paused for a moment before saying to the 8 generals, "You can take the spirit-breaking pill now." Chapter 497. Never in their wildest dreams had the 8 generals imagined that they would rise 2 ranks in a single day. They only felt as if they were jumping on a springboard, jumping wherever they wanted. That kind of feeling of energy accumulation almost made them cry with joy. 4 years of waiting and perseverance had finally brought them what they longed for. What else could they not be satisfied with? In their hearts, they firmed their resolve to pursue Ling Xiao. "We are young master's people for the rest of our lives." If Ling Xiao had heard this, he would have immediately fainted and said, "I'm not made of glass." Seeing the 8 generals jump 2 ranks, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Lung Shi did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. They only felt lucky to have followed the right master. "Ling Xiao, come out." At this time, Ling Xiao called out to the only woman among the 8 generals. This woman used to be called Gui Sanyang, because her face had been scratched by someone a long time ago. No one knew who could be so cruel as to scratch a woman's face like this. It was terrifying to look at, and coupled with her terrifying killing methods, people called her Gui Sanyang. Gui Sanyang had her own difficulties that no one else knew. She did not speak of it, and no one asked. But these men all treated Gui Sanyang as a brother. They did not reject her because of her appearance, but instead gave in to her in many things. Ling San is here. Gui Sanyang walked out from the crowd. This is an extra reward for you. Ling Xiao took out a 10,000-year-old pearl and handed it to Gui Sanyang. Gui Sanyang stared blankly for a moment before taking the pearl. She really did not understand why Ling Xiao would give this to her. Take it and see if it has any effects. Ling Xiao said lightly. Gui Sanyang did not hesitate and immediately obeyed Ling Xiao's instructions. Even if Ling Xiao gave her poison, she would not hesitate to take it. After taking the 10,000-year-old pearl, Gui Sanyang's body blossomed with a pure and flawless halo, and her scarred face actually began to change. The scars on her face gradually changed and finally disappeared, revealing another beautiful and exquisite face. The men nearby watched Gui Sanyang's transformation with their mouths wide open. They never thought that the ugly woman who was with them every day would have such a beautiful face. Gui Sanyang sensed everyone's strange gazes and couldn't help but rub her own face. What are you looking at? It's not like I've never seen ugly women before. If you're an ugly woman, then I'm afraid most women in this world would have to hit the wall. Lone Eagle couldn't help but exclaim. The others all agreed with his words and nodded in unison. Gui Sanyang smiled bitterly. What are you doing? I'm already used to this ugly appearance. I don't need you to comfort me. Although she said that, she was actually very touched that she had a group of good brothers around her. Ling Xiao pointed with one hand, and an ice mirror appeared in his hand. See for yourself, Ling Xiao said to Gui Sanyang. Gui Sanyang hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Ling Xiao's ice mirror and looked at her reflection. Ah! Gui Sanyang actually cried out in alarm. She seemed to be frightened by herself. Then, she rubbed her eyes and carefully looked at herself in the mirror. Tears of joy rolled down her beautiful eyes. She heavily knelt in front of Ling Xiao and loudly said, "Many thanks, young master. Many thanks, young master." Apart from gratitude, she really didn't know how to repay her young master. She had never thought that her young master would actually be able to cure her ghostly appearance. She seemed to have returned to her youth when she was 20 years old. That kind of feeling was truly beautiful and comforting. Alright, get up. You need to pay attention to your image in the future. Don't let those fellows take advantage of you. Ling Xiao teased her as he helped her up. The others all laughed, as if they had seen a little sheep fall into a wolf's den. Although Gui Sanyang's appearance had recovered, her fiery temper was still there. She immediately turned around and placed her hands on her hips, shouting, "What are you laughing at? You ugly men, whoever dares to take advantage of me, I'll chop off his hand." Hearing Gui Sanyang's words, they all laughed even louder. Because Sanyang was still the same Sanyang, she hadn't changed just because she had become beautiful. After laughing, Ling Xiao distributed other things to everyone. Each of them received a spatial ring, and then Ling Xiao laid out a large pile of mysterious great artifacts for them to choose from. This time, all 11 of them were completely shocked. They had never seen so many good things before, and were almost dizzy from their young master's continuous supply of high-grade artifacts. The 11 of them each chose a suitable profound artifact, and their expressions all became spirited. They were all cheering wildly in their hearts. As long as they followed their young master, he would absolutely not treat them unfairly. They had originally thought that the things Ling Xiao had given them would be finished. Strength-enhancing pills, the best quality vein cleansing and meridian cleansing elixir, spatial rings, and high-grade profound artifacts, all of which were extremely rare treasures in the Northwest. They were already very satisfied with these. Who knew that in the next moment, another surprise would come? Ling Xiao threw out a large pile of green and blue rank profound skills for them to choose from. The 11 of them were shocked to the point that their eyes went numb. Following that, the 11 of them continued to snatch as though they had gone mad. searching for a profound skill that was suitable for them. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Solitary Eagle, "Solitary Eagle, you don't need to look anymore. The profound skill that suits you is here." Solitary Eagle trembled as he received the profound skill that Ling Xiao gave him. He knew that the young master would definitely not give him an ordinary thing. Eagle Tracking 9 Forms Red Rank Wind Attribute Profound Skill. This was a high-level profound skill that he had obtained from the secret Mirror Heaven Suppressing sect. Solitary Eagle was a dual wind and fire attribute cultivator, so Ling Xiao gave him this red rank profound skill. Solitary Eagle was ecstatic as he knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks, young master." A red rank profound skill. Even in the entire Northwest, it would be extremely difficult to find a second copy of this book. He didn't expect that his young master would give it to him without so much as a frown. This made Lone Eagle very touched. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was almost unshakable. "This is what you deserve. As long as you follow this young master loyally, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. One day, you will make everyone admire you," Ling Xiao said as he slightly revealed a golden aura. The 11 of them bowed together and exclaimed, "We pledge our lives to follow young master." Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this. What he wanted were subordinates that were absolutely loyal to him. Even if they had the slightest bit of wavering, he would not easily let them stay. Therefore, cruel leopard and poisonous scorpion who were not by his side had to be properly trained. "I will give you 5 days to comprehend your profound skills. When the time comes, I will personally bring you into the desolate mountain range to train," Ling Xiao said as he turned and left. The faces of the 10 people showed a bit of joy, but their eyes were full of disapproval. They had entered the desolate mountain range many times, and each time it was not easy to leave. Now that they were allowed to enter again, of course there was nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao returned to the alchemy room that he had temporarily booked. He had an extra spirit grass and 5 spirit fruits in his hand. The spirit grass was the immortal vine that he had obtained from the Zhao family's earthly emperor in the Thousand Beast City. The immortal vine was a non-elemental spirit herb, and it could be refined into a top-notch 5th-tier medicinal pill, the Heavenly Immortal Pill. Aside from allowing martial artists below the king stage to advance continuously after consuming the Heavenly Immortal Pill, it could also allow martial artists to form immortal astral battle chi, which could increase a martial artist's combat strength and lower the opponent's battle intent. It was a top-grade medicinal pill. The 5-colored gourd holy fruit was also a high 5th-level spirit grass. Its effect could increase the martial artist's pure attribute by 30%. It also contained pure spiritual power, which could allow any king stage to advance by 1 level or spirit master to advance by 2 levels. It could increase the range of spirit master's perception of spiritual power, and increase the probability of king stage to enter the emperor stage without shaking the martial artist's foundation. If it was refined into a gourd holy pill, its effect would be even more abnormal. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained these 2 precious 5th-level spirit grass, he had not touched them. Now it's time to use them. Ling Xiao sighed softly. The space ring in his hand turned into the shape of a cauldron and fell to the ground. One day later, bursts of medicinal fragrance wafted over a radius of several kilometers. Everyone in the Ling family could not help but want to rush over to see what kind of elixir had appeared. The pill fragrance produced by the 5th-level elixir was something that even spirit beasts could not help but want to snatch. Ling Xiao waved his hand to isolate the pill fragrance, and then carefully put away the elixir. A 5th-level elixir can only be condensed into 2 pills in each furnace. What a waste! Ling Xiao sighed. If this was heard by other alchemists, they would immediately bang their head on a wooden stake and die. If others could refine a 5th-level elixir, they would thank the heavens and earth. Now that he could refine 2 pills in each furnace, it had to be said that his alchemy level was already steadily increasing. Now he had 2 immortal sky pills and 10 gourd holy pills. These 12 elixirs were obviously for his parents and his women to enjoy. His strength had increased, and he did not want his women to be further apart from him. Otherwise, he was afraid that one day he would lose confidence in them, or their attitude towards Ling Xiao would become reverence, and not love and care for him as equals. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already decided to bring his women out of Meteorite City, so it was very necessary to help them improve. Ling Zhan used the 10,000-year stone milk to reach half-step monarch level, and Meng Xian also used the 10,000-year stone milk and the spirit-breaking pill to jump 2 levels and become a high-rank spirit master. Wei Dyer used the spirit-breaking pill before, and now with the 10,000-year stone milk, she became a high-rank spirit master. As for Bai Yuxi, with the help of the Water Moon Divine Art, she broke through on her own. And now with the 10,000-year stone milk, she reached half-step monarch level in one go. Everyone's strength had increased greatly, and this made their mood very good. The other people in the Ling family felt the energy waves of leveling up in Ling Zhan's courtyard, and they were really envious. From now on, the Ling family would use this phrase to motivate their descendants. A child should be like a guardian elder. From now on, the Ling family would use this phrase to motivate their descendants. However, everyone's leveling up was not over yet. Ling Xiao called his parents Bai Yuxi and Wei Dyer over. Now he was really going to help them level up. Chapter 498. Shower, is there anything else you want to give us? Ling Zhan asked happily. Ever since he had obtained the benefits of his son, Ling Zhan had been grinning from ear to ear for the past few days. This was especially so when he saw that his wife seemed to have regained her youthful beauty. This caused him to put aside his cultivation for the past few nights. Every night, he would play with his wife until late at night before falling asleep in satisfaction. All of this was the second spring that he, their son, had brought to them. Meng Xian heavily patted her husband's shoulder and said, "How can you be so thick-skinned? You actually want something from your son? You're really shameless." "He, who told our son to be so capable?" Ling Zhan laughed happily. "You're not serious at all." Meng Xian looked at her husband's loving eyes and couldn't help but think about the torment he had been going through every night. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Father, mother, it's only right for me to give you something to show my filial piety. Moreover, I don't know when I'll be back." Meng Xian's beautiful eyes dimmed for a moment and she said, "Shower has grown up. This small place can't trap you. You just need to remember that your father and mother are here. However, you must remember to be careful and don't easily clash with others. Your life is the most important." As Meng Xian spoke, everyone revealed a strange expression. She was too naggy. "Sister Yin, don't say any more. Your son is already an adult and understands. He's so strong, so as long as he doesn't meet a super expert, he should be fine." Ling Zhan couldn't help but interrupt. His wife was too naggy. She had been talking for so long. "What? Are you bored of this old woman's nagging?" Meng Xian glared at Ling Zhan. Ling Xiao put his arm around his mother's shoulder and said, "Mother, Shower knows how to take care of himself. Don't worry." With his family's concern, Ling Xiao felt warm inside. "Your son is still the best." "Oh right. Why did you call us over?" Meng Xian asked. "Your current strength is still a bit weak. I'll only be able to feel at ease if I help you," said Ling Xiao indifferently. Next, a few medicinal pills appeared in his hand. Ling Zhan, Meng Xian, Bai Yuxi, and Wei Dai were speechless. It was unknown how many people were envious of their continuous advancements. With their strength, they were definitely top experts in Meteor City, but they were actually called weak. This was truly a blow. However, when they saw the pill in Ling Xiao's hand, they all revealed looks of excitement. They could all guess that what Ling Xiao had given them was definitely a treasure. "Father, this is an immortal heaven pill. It can directly allow you to break through to the mid-king realm." Ling Xiao handed over the first pill to Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's body trembled as he asked, "You reached the mid-level king rank in one go?" "That's right, and it might even have an unexpected effect," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He then placed 2 water-type gourd saint pellets on his mother and Bai Yuxi's bodies before taking out a fire-type gourd saint pellet and placing it in Wei Dyer's hands. This is a water-type gourd saint pellet. It can also allow you to reach the mid-stage king level. This time, it wasn't just Ling Zhan, but the other 3 women also became excited. They, who had already reached the high spirit master level, were now going to jump to the mid-stage king level. This kind of leveling up was simply like playing house. It seemed too simple. Others might not be able to reach that height even if they struggled for 100 years, but they could easily do it. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He would let them slowly get used to it. In any case, when he became stronger in the future, this kind of leveling up would be like playing a game. After all, he was a respected alchemist. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao saw Feng Xianyan sitting at the head of the bed, looking tenderly at the little fellow who was sleeping soundly. Ling Xiao went over and gently pulled her into his arms. He lightly asked, "What are you thinking about? Are you not used to it?" Feng Xianyan leaned into Ling Xiao's embrace and replied, "No, father and mother are very good to me. They like little Ling Tian very much, and I'm also very happy." "That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it." Ling Xiao nodded. "It's just that I feel sorry for father and mother," said Feng Xianyan. "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked. "They like Tianer very much. This is their grandson, but I made it so that they can't be together." "I feel very sorry," said Feng Xianyan with a guilty expression. "Didn't we agree on this earlier? Can't we just give them a few more grandchildren?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "But I still feel very sorry," said Feng Xianyan. "All right, don't think too much. Our father and mother are still young, and we are also very young. In the future, we will definitely give them a house full of grandchildren. At that time, they will be very happy every day," comforted Ling Xiao. "Yes, that's right. I've decided to go to the central region with you," said Feng Xianyan seriously. Before this, Ling Xiao had asked for Feng Xianyan's decision. He wanted to go to the central region with her, but she wanted to stay and raise little Ling Tian. Now that she had suddenly made up her mind, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit strange. "All right, I was just worried that the journey would be lonely. With my wife accompanying me, the journey won't be lonely," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. But in his heart, he was feeling a bit unhappy. "If Yin comes, then I won't have a chance to flirt with the beauties of the central region? How depressing." The next day, Ling Xiao summoned Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu and Leng Shi. "Greetings, young master." The three respectfully greeted. "There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He took out 3 gourd saint pills and said, "These are top-notch 5th-grade pills. They can help you break through to the mid-stage king level." The 3 of them couldn't help but tremble a few times, and their eyes revealed excitement as they received the pills. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao looked at Solitary Eagle and said, "Solitary Eagle, you're the first person to follow me. I once said that so long as you follow me sincerely, I won't treat you unfairly. This is what you deserve, and I'll still say the same thing. So long as you continue to follow me, you'll definitely be able to stand at the peak of this world in the future." As Ling Xiao spoke, a glass-like golden light flowed around his body, and he seemed extremely noble. Solitary Eagle couldn't help but kneel down and say in a sonorous voice, "Solitary Eagle vows to follow young master until death." Solitary Eagle had been subdued by Ling Xiao's methods a few years ago. At that time, Ling Xiao was only 17 or 18 years old, but now he had become an existence that he looked up to. If this kind of ambitious future figure wasn't worth following, then who was worth following? Ling Xiao nodded at Solitary Eagle, and then his gaze landed on Leng Shi. "Brother Leng, you and Wei are both people who have gone through trials and tribulations with me. You're my good brothers, but I still want to say that if you choose to be with me, you must continue to grow stronger and not lose face for this younger brother of yours in the future." Leng Shi had never dared to call himself Ling Xiao's sworn brother, so he simply knelt down and said, "Rest assured, young master. Even if I die, I won't lose face for young master." Ling Xiao let Leng Shi stand up with satisfaction, and his gaze fell on Li Kuanghu. Li Kuanghu didn't wait for Ling Xiao to speak before he simply knelt down and said, "Young master, ever since you healed my foot, I've decided to follow young master for the rest of my life. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse for young master, I have no regrets." Li Kuanghu had always been a stubborn person. His gloomy days in the Purple Sky sect had almost driven him crazy. Fortunately, he met Ling Xiao, and it was Ling Xiao who gave him a new life. In his heart, he had long recognized Ling Xiao, this young master. "The 3 of you are the people I trust the most, but your strength is still weak. Go and improve your strength. When we reach the desolate mountain range, I will let you consolidate your strength, hee. Ling Xiao let out a faint sneer. Ling Xiao's smile caused the three of them to shiver uncontrollably. They thought to themselves, young master can't be thinking of taking us deeper into the mountains, right? A few days later, 13 people gathered in front of Ling Xiao. They were Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the 8 generals. Among this group, there were already 5 people with the strength of mid-stage king rank. Although their realms weren't very stable, their aura was not the same as before. Although the other 8 generals were very envious of the strength of the 5 people, they also knew that they were the first to obtain the young master's approval. Moreover, they had also obtained the strength of big fortune. Therefore, there was only envy in their hearts, not jealousy. They had decided in their hearts that they must perform well in the future, and strive to obtain the young master's approval. In the future, they would definitely not lose to anyone. On this trip to the desolate mountain range, I have a request. All of you listen carefully. I will only say it once. Ling Xiao revealed the dignity of a leader, and said faintly. He looked around at everyone and said, when we enter the mountain range, all of you will act separately. Each of the 8 generals must kill at least 20 3rd-grade low-grade spirit beasts, 10 3rd-grade mid-grade spirit beasts, and 5 3rd-grade high-grade spirit beasts. As for the rest of you, you must kill at least 15 4th-grade spirit beasts. If you feel that you can't do it, then you can withdraw. However, don't think about following me to the central region. Just stay obediently in Meteorite City from now on. When the 13 people heard Ling Xiao's words, their expressions became unsightly. None of them expected that Ling Xiao's request would be so high. It must be known that under the same rank, spirit beasts were stronger than human cultivators. They felt that it was too unrealistic for Ling Xiao to set such a high request for them. Ling Xiao seemed to be able to guess their thoughts. He coldly glanced at them and said, do you think that my request for you is too high? Humph, don't think that the things I gave you a few days ago were for nothing. You have high-grade profound weapons, high-grade profound skills, and healing elixirs. If you can't even meet these requirements, then you are not worthy of following me. Everyone was immediately stupefied. That's right, Ling Xiao had improved their strength and given them the best things. If they couldn't even complete this challenge, then they would be letting down everything that Ling Xiao had bestowed upon them. Then, they would lose the qualifications to follow the young master. In fact, they couldn't blame Ling Xiao for being so harsh on them. They didn't know what kind of trouble they would cause if they went to the central region. That was the holy land of martial arts, but at the same time it was a killing ground. If they didn't even have the ability to protect themselves, then Ling Xiao would only be a burden to them. Chapter 499. You guys don't have to worry. I've given you guys plenty of time. Let's use a month as the deadline. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. This time, everyone's expression became even uglier. A month's time limit meant that they had to kill 1 or 2 spirit beasts every day. Didn't that mean that they didn't even have time to rest, and had to think about completing the mission every day? They all exclaimed in their hearts. Young master is too ruthless. In the past, they would enter the desolate mountain range together. Once there was a spirit beast, they would surround and kill it together. Once they encountered a spirit beast that was too high level, they would retreat. Although their training could improve everyone's ability to cooperate, there was a limit to how much they could improve their individual combat ability. Therefore, Ling Xiao was carrying out a personal combat training for them. At the same time, he wanted to see if these people were worth nurturing. Wei Dai tugged at the corner of Bai Yushi's clothes and said in a low voice, "This guy doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex." Bai Yushi disagreed. "I think that young master must have a reason for doing this. He is doing this for us to improve our strength. Moreover, I don't want to be a burden to young master anymore. I want to stay by young master's side forever." A few years ago, she was brought to a brothel and was almost sold. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao who saved her, she would have been finished. After that incident, she decided that she would not be a burden to young master anymore. She wanted to become young master's helper. Therefore, she did not have any objections to Ling Xiao's arrangements. Wei Dai curled her lips and did not say anything else. She only thought to herself, this girl is too deeply poisoned. Just as Ling Xiao was about to set off with everyone, a hearty voice came from behind. Shower, wait, I want to join in as well. As soon as the voice fell, the figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Father, you're here to join in the fun too? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The visitor was actually Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan. Of course. Although my strength has increased, it hasn't been consolidated yet. Since you guys are going out to train, why don't I come along as well? With my strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to help you guys kill a few fourth-grade spirit beasts. Ling Zhan patted his chest in high spirits. For a moment, everyone's expression was a little strange. What? You don't welcome me? Ling Zhan asked. Father, if you insist on participating, then you have to do as I say. Otherwise, it's better if you don't go, said Ling Xiao. What's so great about it? Tell me, your father isn't old yet. If you can do it, I can do it too, Ling Zhan said unhappily. No matter what, he was a mid-stage king rank expert now, and his strength wasn't inferior to any of them. Not to mention that he cultivated in several attributes at the same time, so he was confident that it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight two people at the same cultivation realm by himself. However, he didn't seem to be very welcome when he suggested joining them to train. Could it be that they were afraid that he would drag them down? Father, listen to me first. This time's training is different from the past. After entering the mountain range, everyone will have to split up and hunt spirit beasts. For example, Solitary Eagle, Guanghu, and the others will have to kill 15 fourth-grade spirit beasts. If you really want to go in, you will have to kill at least 20 fourth-grade spirit beasts. The time limit will be 1 month, said Ling Xiao. When the people beside him heard Ling Xiao's words, they all revealed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why the young master was even more ruthless towards his father. He actually wanted to kill 20 fourth-grade spirit beasts. Could it be that the young master wanted the old master to back off? I thought it was something amazing. So what if it's 20? Who knows, I might even be able to kill a few more. Ling Zhan replied without even thinking. Of course, he knew why his son had such high expectations of him. It was because his combat strength was higher than others. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. As expected of my father. Thinking back to a few years ago, he was a cripple just like his father. When the two of them were able to cultivate again, his father began to compete with him. Both of them wanted to surpass him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how hard his father tried, he was still weaker than him. Thus, when Ling Xiao saw his father agree so straightforwardly, he also knew that his father's competitive nature had not been erased. With Ling Zhan's participation, the others also became full of fighting spirit. They didn't want to disappoint their young master, because they wanted to go with him to the central region to create a world that belonged to them. In the desolate mountain range, there was a stretch of lush greenery. Trees towered into the sky, spirit flowers and herbs were everywhere. Spirit birds flew everywhere, and hundreds of beasts roared. This was the largest mountain range in the northwest, and it passed through dozens of cities. There were abnormally strong spirit beasts inside, and ordinary people didn't dare to enter. Most cultivators would only hunt spirit beasts and look for spirit herbs in the outskirts. As for those cultivators who tried to enter, not many of them were able to come out alive. Ling Xiao led a group of people directly towards the mountain range. Revisiting this old place, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. It was here that he found his first spirit beast to protect himself, and coincidentally obtained the mysterious remnant of the soul-controlling art and the pill-refining art. If it weren't for these two divine arts, he definitely wouldn't have achieved so much. It was also here that he met his most beloved woman, Yin Mingqi. All the things that happened in the past kept replaying in his mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. At this time, Wei Dai walked to his side and hugged his arm. Do you still remember the illusion valley in front of us? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but then he smiled. Of course I remember. That is the place where I made a promise with my sister. Go to hell. Who made a promise with you? Wei Dai blushed and patted Ling Xiao lightly. Then she said in a coquettish voice, My good brother, you asked me to hunt 15 rank 4 spirit beasts, Isn't this mission a bit too heavy? At the same time, Wei Dyer did not forget to use her towering chest to rub against Ling Xiao's arm a few times. Ling Xiao, who was enjoying it, smiled and said, I also feel that this mission is a bit heavy. Wei Dyer was overjoyed and said, Then shouldn't you lighten the burden for me? Look at me, I am a beauty. Do you have the nerve to ask me to fight and kill? This is detrimental to my image if I get hurt. Don't you feel sorry for me? That's true. Elder sister is such a delicate beauty. I can't bear to see you get hurt. How about this? If you can find 15 rank 4 spirit herbs, then this task will be considered completed. Picking spirit herbs shouldn't be a bad thing to do, right? Ling Xiao's eyes turned, and he pretended to be very sympathetic. After hearing this, Wei Dyer's face fell. Ling Xiao said again, What's wrong? Sister, do you think that picking 15 spirit herbs is a little too little? Then let's make it 20. Wei Dyer was so angry that she said, You are really my good brother. You are ruthless. After saying that, she angrily retreated to the back. Places with high-level spirit herbs would usually be accompanied by high-level spirit beasts. On the surface, Ling Xiao did not want Wei Dyer to hunt spirit beasts, but he wanted her to pick spirit herbs. In fact, that was just an excuse. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile and said, You want to go through the back door? That's impossible. I am not someone who will be easily tempted. After passing through the illusory valley, they arrived in front of an abyss. Looking at the huge abyss in front of him, Ling Xiao felt an unusual sense of familiarity. This was the primitive land that made him stronger, and the innate Yin Wind bead was also obtained here. After passing through the abyss, it was the inner area of the desolate mountain range. There were very powerful spirit beasts inside, and there were a lot of them. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might be eaten by the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao stopped, and everyone stopped as well. Let's split up here. We will gather here in a month's time. I hope you will not disappoint me, Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked into the depths of the forest. Most of them did not waste any time. Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Lung Shi and the 8 generals quickly plunged into the mountain range. They looked like they were making every second count. Ling Zhan also flew into the air and said in a clear voice, Son, just you wait and see. Your father's spear is not old yet. 20 rank 4 spirit beasts will be easily obtained. After saying that, he turned into a gust of wind and flew into the depths of the forest. Godfather is really full of fighting spirit. Bayushi praised. Then she said to Ling Xiao, Young master, I will definitely complete the mission. Ling Xiao gently stroked Bayushi's hair and kissed her on the cheek. Yes, young master has high hopes for you. You must return safely. Bayushi nodded lightly and waved to Wei Dyer. Sister Dyer, I'm leaving. See you in a month. Bayushi turned into a pale blue smoke and disappeared in front of the two of them. Sister, you should go too. Otherwise, you won't have enough time to pick those 20 spirit herbs. Ling Xiao smiled at Wei Dyer. Wei Dyer stomped her feet angrily and took 2 steps forward. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and revealed a fearful expression. Sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I'm going to do you. Wei Dyer revealed a fierce expression like a wolf meeting a sheep. Then she pounced towards Ling Xiao. The two of them immediately rolled on the grass. Sister, don't. Ling Xiao hugged his chest and revealed a pleading expression. Go ahead and shout. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Wei Dyer rode on Ling Xiao's lower abdomen and said with a smile. Then, she kissed Ling Xiao crazily and tore at Ling Xiao's clothes with her hands. She looked very anxious. In the end, Ling Xiao was completely naked. Yo, I didn't know that your body is so tough. Wei Dyer raised her orchid finger and slowly drew it across Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao was already aroused to the point that his lower body was already erect and ferocious. Wei Dyer's beautiful eyes were filled with affection, and she licked her lips lightly. She grabbed Ling Xiao's ferocious part with one hand and moved her body slowly. Finally, she aimed her perky buttocks at that part and sat down slowly. Following a loud moan. A scene of a female pervert pushing down a ram played out in the grass. Half a day later, Wei Dyer walked out of the grass in high spirits. The flush on her face did not recede. She glanced at the man lying in the grass and smiled. Don't think that sister is easy to bully. Let's see if you dare to bully me again in the future. Looking at her proud look, it seemed that she had really taught Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Xiao said to Wei Dyer with a gloomy face, I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 500. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer, who had a satisfied smile on her face as she left. He felt that this girl's battle prowess was truly formidable. She had actually fought a few hundred rounds with an expert like him, and now she had gone into the forest to hunt spirit beasts. This kind of battle prowess was truly admirable to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao could feel that Wei Dyer had completely returned to the bold and passionate woman from before. It seemed that her strength had already caught up to his, which was why she had let go of her state of mind. Prodigal brat, I'm coming for you. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked towards the depths of the forest as he muttered. When he returned to the desolate mountain range, he felt a familiar aura, as if something was calling out to him. Back then, he had met the Fire Qilin here. Later on, he had established a deep friendship with the Fire Qilin, but it had left after he obtained the Blue Demon Fire Pearl. Ling Xiao knew that it must have returned to its god race to do what it was supposed to do. After being separated for a few years, it was time for Ling Xiao to visit his old friend. The Golden Wolf King had once said that the Fire Qilin was the prince of their beast race, and the Beast Emperor was in the depths of this mountain range. Therefore, if he wanted to find the Fire Qilin, he had to go to the depths of this mountain range. It was unknown how many terrifying high-level spirit beasts there were in this mountain range. Even an Earth Emperor wouldn't dare to go too deep. However, Ling Xiao didn't care that much. If he wanted to do something, even 9 bulls wouldn't be able to pull him back. Xiaolong Xiaojing, come out. Ling Xiao summoned his spirit beasts. A miniature version of a blue flood dragon stared at Ling Xiao's waist as if it was acting as a belt for him. A golden white wolf king howled at the sky, looking extremely majestic. This was also the Golden Wolf King's old haunt, and it was obviously very happy to return to a familiar place. Following its cry, the howls of wolves rang out nearby as well. Ling Xiao jumped onto the wolf's back and patted its head. Stop being horny. Bring me to the Beast Emperor's territory. The Golden Wolf King cried out. Master, I'm not horny. Whoosh. A golden shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The depths of the mountains seemed endless. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had been running for 5 days, but they still had a long way to go. Along the way, Ling Xiao had witnessed the terror of the mountain range. Currently, just the outermost part of the inner circle was already filled with spirit beasts ranging from the 3rd to the 5th rank. Occasionally, they would even discover the presence of beast hordes. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to kill and train here. Most of the time, he let the Golden Wolf King release its powerful aura to scare away the spirit beasts. When it encountered rank 5 spirit beasts, the blue flood dragon would come out. With them around, Ling Xiao had a lot less trouble, and at the same time he also harvested a lot of 3rd to 5th rank spiritual herbs. One must know that there were many resources in the depths of this mountain range that had yet to be excavated. Even though some experts from various sects had gone there to mine for resources, how much could they gain from the high-rank spirit beasts that were constantly coming and going? The deeper they went, the stronger the spirit beasts they encountered. On the 6th day, 6th-rank spirit beasts often appeared. If it wasn't for the blue flood dragon, the Golden Wolf King would have run away in fear. The Golden Wolf King, which had always been majestic, was now slowly moving forward with Ling Xiao on its trembling legs. Ling Xiao scolded. With your appearance, this young master's face has been completely lost by you. The Golden Wolf King looked around with fear in its eyes. Master, there's a lot of powerful auras. Forget it, you coward. Go back and rest. Ling Xiao knew that when low-rank spirit beasts faced high-rank spirit beasts, they wouldn't be able to hide their fear. He decided that he had to increase the Golden Wolf King's strength as soon as possible. At this time, the blue flood dragon that was tied to Ling Xiao's waist let out a roar, and its large eyes revealed a vigilant look. Cold sweat slowly dripped down Ling Xiao's forehead. His mental power had already scanned the area with a few spirit beasts that were no lower than rank 6. Oh my, it seems like we can only escape by flying. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he patted the blue flood dragon's head. The blue flood dragon understood and roared. Then it instantly grew to tens of meters long. Ling Xiao quickly jumped onto the dragon's back and shouted, "Xiaolong, let's go." The blue flood dragon immediately soared into the sky, causing the nearby trees to sway. After the blue flood dragon flew up, a few strange sounds were heard. Then a few beasts suddenly appeared behind them. Fortunately, the blue flood dragon was faster, and the rank 6 spirit beasts didn't go all out, so they were able to avoid a disaster. Ling Xiao sighed a breath of relief, but he noticed that the blue flood dragon seemed to be in a panic. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless, so he spread his mental power in all directions like a tide. However, before he could search, a hoarse and unpleasant voice was heard. "Damned human, how dare you trespass into my territory? You're courting death." The hoarse voice was very harsh, and it made Ling Xiao's eardrums feel like they were being cut. The blue flood dragon was frightened by the voice and stopped in its tracks. Then it let out a shocking roar. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, appear. Along with the roar, the nearby trees were shaken to the point of collapse and flying. At the same time, a huge beast shadow appeared 300 meters in front of them. Seventh rank yellow-winged mantis. Ling Xiao exclaimed. In front of Ling Xiao was a yellow-winged mantis. It was more than 20 meters long, with a green body and yellow wings. The green and yellow color made it look very special, and its tail seemed to be equipped with something, which was much larger than the rest of its body. Its green eyes emitted a cold and bloodthirsty light, and the 2 huge sickle claws it waved were even more threatening. The aura of the Dragon God clan, but it's still a little weak. You guys leave quickly, or even if you're a descendant of the dragons, I'll still kill you. The yellow-winged mantis stared at the blue flood dragon and said. It seemed to not put Ling Xiao in its eyes at all. Although the yellow-winged mantis was of a higher rank than the blue flood dragon, the blue flood dragon's bloodline was more noble than its own. It was the bloodline of the Beast Clan's God Clan, and it did not want to offend the dragons as a last resort. It was already at the 7th rank, and its thinking had long been different from that of ordinary spirit beasts. The blue flood dragon kept hissing, but Ling Xiao felt that it wanted to retreat. Brother Mantis, don't be so unreasonable. Your Prince Qilin and I are brothers, and I'm here to find him. You can help me. Ling Xiao said to the yellow-winged mantis. Lowly human. How could you know my prince? If you dare to say another word, I'll immediately make your blood splash on the spot. How could the yellow-winged mantis believe Ling Xiao's words? In its eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was pitifully weak, so how could it be possible for him to know their prince? Ling Xiao stared at the yellow-winged mantis that refused to retreat, and he could only shake his head and say to the blue flood dragon, Xiaolong, let's go back. Looking at Ling Xiao and the blue flood dragon disappearing into the distance, the yellow-winged mantis once again disappeared into the jungle. Ling Xiao did not leave. How could he give up at this time? He descended and put away the blue flood dragon, but there was a pair of gorgeous boots on his feet. This pair of wind boots was taken from the heavy sword sex wind shadow, and now it came in handy. Ling Xiao certainly did not think that he could escape the yellow-winged mantis's pursuit by relying on this pair of wind boots and his wind attribute. He also had the concealing breath technique to rely on. He had long cultivated the concealing breath technique to great success. As long as he hid his breath, he believed that no one or anything could catch him. Unless he encountered a person who was proficient in spiritual force like him, it was possible. Ling Xiao turned into a gust of wind and shuttled through the jungle. Wherever he went, there was only a slight sound of the wind, so it was really difficult for any spirit beast to detect his abnormality. When approaching the yellow-winged mantis's territory, Ling Xiao became more careful. He did not dare to get too close to the big guy, so he circled far away, hoping to avoid the yellow-winged mantis's detection. However, he did not disturb the yellow-winged mantis, but he found a spirit herb that tempted him. Yellow-tongue orchid, a 6th grade high-tier spirit herb, was an extremely rare earth attribute spirit herb. It exuded a faint yellow halo, and its leaves were especially like a tongue. There were a few dew drops on the leaves, like saliva slowly dripping down. Although Ling Xiao did not have the earth attribute, there were people in the 8 generals who did. Even if he did not use it, he could still keep it and take it to the medicine cauldron to exchange for the spirit herb he wanted. Good, I absolutely can't let it go. Ling Xiao revealed his greedy nature and said while licking his lips lightly. Then Ling Xiao used his spiritual force to scan the vicinity of 100 meters and found no danger. Ling Xiao rushed out without thinking, and his speed was simply extremely fast. Got it. Ling Xiao picked up the yellow-tongue orchid in his hand, and in an instant, he was 100 meters away. Then the yellow-winged mantis's angry voice sounded. Damn human, I'll kill you. The yellow-winged mantis flapped its forewings, and the yellow aura cut the nearby trees, sending them flying. Damn, I've been discovered. Ling Xiao did not care so much and instantly used all his strength to escape. The yellow-winged mantis seemed to swear to destroy the damn human. Its pair of strong and sharp front claws waved, and two huge yellow blade lights cut towards Ling Xiao. If he was hit by this aura, Ling Xiao would definitely be blasted into slag. Fortunately, Ling Xiao took an S-shaped escape route, so the aura did not hit him. Instead, the ground near him was blasted into a huge deep pit, and he was also pained by the soil and trees. Damn, I'll fight. Ling Xiao stuffed 2 more speed-enhancing pills into his mouth. This time, his speed increased by more than 7 or 8 times. Whoosh. Only an afterimage was left in his original place, and he was already 1,000 meters away. This speed would even make an Empyrean-level powerhouse speechless. Who would have thought that a king-stage powerhouse could actually have such a terrifying speed? The yellow-winged mantis was worthy of being a 7th-rank spirit beast. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, it could still catch up with him, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. It also did not understand how this damn human could run so fast. Seeing that it was about to catch up with Ling Xiao, it stopped and looked ahead with fear in its eyes, no longer daring to take even half a step forward. Chapter 501. Ling Xiao trembled as he walked a few dozen miles. Although he seized the yellow-tongued orchid, he went from the territory of the yellow-winged mantis to the territory of another powerful spirit beast. This was also the reason why the yellow-winged mantis did not chase after him. Ling Xiao withdrew all of his aura and slowly walked forward. He did not know what kind of high-rank spirit beast would appear next, but a spirit beast that could make the yellow-winged mantis fear it would definitely be much stronger than it. This time, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of 1 or 2 stalks of 6th-rank spirit herbs from afar, but he learned his lesson this time, and did not dare to have any more thoughts. Damn it, I can only look but not take, it's really unbearable. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart in a bad mood. Every stalk of 6th-rank spirit herbs effect was very obvious, and would have a great temptation for anyone. However, Ling Xiao could only watch helplessly and did not dare to move again. Once he moved, he absolutely did not have the confidence to escape this place. I'll endure again. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and decided not to look at the 6th-rank spirit herb anymore. He then quickly left this place. However, the deeper he went, the more high-rank spirit herbs he discovered. 4th and 5th-rank spirit herbs could not be said to be everywhere, but they could be seen frequently. As for 6th-rank spirit herbs, there would be stalks of them every once in a while. Ling Xiao's eyes were glued to this place. This was simply an unexplored land of treasures. Unfortunately, he could only look from afar and could not touch it in the slightest. Ling Xiao looked at the strange flowers and grasses, and his heart was filled with grief and resentment. Ling Xiao silently chanted in his heart, "Don't be happy with material gains, don't be sad for yourself." He tried to calm himself down as much as possible. However, right in front of him appeared a touch of brilliance that made his eyes light up. Ling Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes and fixed his eyes on the front. His mouth opened wide and he could not help but exclaim, "Metal! Metal spirit fruit!" 10 meters away from Ling Xiao was a golden fruit tree with 7 golden fruits on it. The fruit wasn't very large, only the size of a thumb. It was golden and dazzling, and its bright flesh emitted waves of intense temptation. The metal spirit fruit was a precious low-rank 7th-grade spirit fruit. It was a metal-type spirit fruit, and had a very powerful effect on metal-type humans and spirit beasts. To an alchemist, it could be used to refine a 7th-tier elixir, the gold spirit elixir. It could help any earthly sovereign break through to the heavenly venerable tier. Furthermore, There would be no bottlenecks after reaching the heavenly venerable tier. As long as one had enough energy, they could directly reach the peak of the heavenly venerable tier. The gold spirit elixir could also help a metal attribute high-level heavenly venerable increase their chances of breaking through to the mystic tharch tier by 50%. Even if they failed to break through, their cultivation level would not be affected. From this, one could see how precious the metal spirit fruit was. This kind of fruit tree took 2,000 years to grow, and another 3,000 years to mature. Only after maturing could it bear golden flowers, and another 5,000 years to bear fruit. Normally, a metal spirit fruit would bear 5 fruits, but this metal spirit tree had borne 7 metal spirit fruits, which was extremely rare. Based on Ling Zhao's initial judgment, these 7 metal spirit fruits were definitely more than 10,000 years old and above. Ling Zhao's saliva almost flowed out as he stared at them. His heart sank into an extreme dilemma. He kept thinking to himself, should I pluck them or not? He would never believe that such a high-grade spirit herb did not have a spirit beast guarding it. Once he plucked them, he would not be able to withstand the wrath of that high-grade spirit beast. He was afraid that the spirit beast could destroy him with a single breath. Ling Zhao peeked at the metal spirit tree from behind a tree trunk. Other than envy, there was nothing else he could do. It was like seeing a naked beauty in front of him. He really wanted to pounce on her and pluck her. Unfortunately, this was usually a fatal temptation. Ling Zhao rubbed his hands, and his heart became more and more anxious. It was impossible for him to give up on the 7 metal spirit fruits in front of him, but he could not think of a better way. This made him extremely depressed. Damn it, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. I might as well pull back the entire metal spirit tree. Ling Zhao clenched his teeth and made a crazy decision. Originally, plucking the metal spirit fruits was already his limit, but Ling Zhao actually wanted to pull back the entire tree. It had to be said that Ling Zhao was truly skilled and daring. Ling Zhao took a deep breath and muttered, "Elder Lu, it's time for you to come out and share my burden." Just as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of him. Lu Weng had not changed at all. He was still that old man covered in green. "Young friend, why must this old man take action? This old man's old bones still haven't recovered enough." Lu Weng spoke in a very displeased manner. During these days, he had already recovered a lot of his essence energy in Ling Zhao's Sea of Knowledge. Gradually, he wanted to stay in Ling Zhao's Sea of Knowledge and not come out. "Elder Lu, you've stayed in there for so long. You should come out and exercise a bit. It's better for your body and mind." Ling Zhao revealed a crafty smile. Elder Lu understood Ling Zhao's temperament, and he knew that if he didn't do something, Ling Zhao would once again try to squeeze out his essence energy. "Speak, what do you want this old man to do? As long as it doesn't harm this old man's essence energy, everything is negotiable," Lu Weng replied. Elder Lu is truly straightforward. Ling Zhao flattered. He then pointed at the metal spirit tree and said, "I want that fruit tree. I hope that Elder Lu can use a bit of your divine ability to drive away the big fellow guarding the fruit tree. This shouldn't be a problem." Elder Lu looked at the metal spirit tree, and his expression became somewhat unsightly. "The one guarding it is a 7th-rank spirit beast. You want me to deal with it? Aren't you trying to kill this old man? I won't go." "Elder Lu, how can you be like this? Normally, I don't bother you when there's nothing going on. But now that I'm asking you to do something so trivial, you're making all sorts of excuses. You're not a good friend," Ling Zhao said with an unhappy expression. If this old man was at his peak, then I might be able to deal with that fellow. The problem is that I haven't even recovered half of my strength, so there's no way I can deal with it," Lu Weng explained. "Elder Lu is too serious. I only want you to attract its attention. Once I obtain the fruit tree, we'll meet up. I'm sure you'll be able to find me at any time," Ling Zhao said. Lu Weng became somewhat silent. Ling Zhao was somewhat worried that Lu Weng wouldn't agree. So he continued, "Elder Lu, you should be able to sense the dense spiritual energy in this mountain range. I'm sure you'll be able to find the source of your essence energy here. If you help me this time, I'll cooperate with you and help you seize what you want." Lu Weng's eyes brightened and he directly asked, "Are you serious?" I'm known for being honest, cute, handsome, and elegant," Ling Xiao said cockily. But before he could say anything, Lu Wen couldn't help but interrupt him. Fine, I'll believe you. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Didn't I just say it? You go and draw that fellow away. There's no need to fight it head-on. Once I've obtained it, you can think of a way to escape," Ling Xiao said. "All right, you have to keep your word. Later, we'll go find what I want together," Lu Wing straightforwardly replied before flying off into the distance. Then 1 kilometer away, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. A mountain peak had been smashed down by a huge tree trunk. Following that, a powerful golden figure soared into the sky. An explosive sound rang out. What thing dares cause trouble in Grandpa Ox's territory? The gigantic golden one-horned bull beast flew towards the source of the sound. Gulp! Ling Xiao looked at the mountain-like golden unicorn and gulped. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He was glad that he hadn't acted rashly. Such a large creature was a powerful mid-7th rank spirit beast. Don't be fooled by its bulky stature. Its speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, its horn could unleash incomparably swift attacks. With his current ancient emperor divine arts, his defenses wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. If he didn't pull out the tree now, then when? Ling Xiao transformed into a gust of wind and instantly arrived in front of the metal spirit tree. His tiger-like eyes were filled with excitement. "You're mine!" Ling Xiao snorted and immediately grabbed the tree trunk and pulled it up. This kind of 10,000-year-old spirit tree had very deep roots. Ling Xiao had already pulled it 5 or 6 meters off the ground, but the roots still hadn't been completely pulled out. Ling Xiao knew that time was of the essence and was about to use a wind blade to cut off the roots. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and hurriedly descended with the metal spirit tree. Xiao! A streak of golden light swept past his head. Ling Xiao saw the golden light and broke out in cold sweat. He didn't hesitate to cut off the roots of the metal spirit tree. Just as he was about to run away, a golden one-horned bull blocked in front of him. Its bell-like eyes were filled with anger, and its nostrils were spewing out golden gas. It was obvious that it was very angry. However, this golden one-horned bull wasn't the big guy from before. It was a smaller version of it. It should be a golden one-horned bull that was in its growth stage. Fortunately, Ling Xiao lightly patted his chest. He could roughly guess that this golden one-horned bull should only have the strength of a 4th-rank spirit beast. It didn't pose much of a threat to him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the golden one-horned bull's horn launched several attacks at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was wearing the wind boots, so it was easy for him to dodge the attacks. He didn't dare to stop and quickly fled forward. The golden one-horned bull knew that it couldn't catch up with the human in front of it. It raised its head to the sky and let out a strange cry. "Oh my God, it can't be calling for help, right?" Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with fine sweat. He only hated that he was born without 2 legs. Damn, who bullied my son? After Ling Xiao ran far away, he heard a roar. Ling Xiao quickly concealed his breath and continued to flee. He swore that this was the fastest escape he had ever run in his life. Rumble! Several mountain peaks behind him were flattened by the powerful golden one-horned bull. It was enough to show how angry the golden one-horned bull was. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had learned the concealing breath technique. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the golden one-horned bull. After reaching a safe area, Ling Xiao directly lay down on the grass and gasped for breath. He looked indescribably miserable, but his face was rippling with an excited smile. Chapter 502. After dealing with the metal spirit fruit, Ling Xiao felt a kind of satisfaction he had never felt before. Just now he had been plucking at the bull's mouth. Just how dangerous was that? Fortunately, Lu Weng had attracted the attention of the old bull, and he had successfully dealt with the metal spirit fruit and the metal spirit tree. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao's condition had recovered quite a bit. He looked in the direction he had just left. That old fellow couldn't have been killed, right? Why hasn't he returned yet? Just as he was puzzled, a small tree that was half a meter tall was running towards him at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw this, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. This was too comical, too funny. This was the first time he had seen a tree that could run. It had to be said that this world was truly full of strange things. The small tree had taken human form, and its originally very green face became even greener as it grumbled at Ling Xiao. "You brat, you almost made me lose my life here." "Haha, old Lu, you can't say that. I saw that you were running quite fast just now. At your age, you should run more. Otherwise, when your body ages and you can't move anymore, you'll regret it," said Ling Xiao with a smile. "Old Lu, you can't say that. This old man owes you. Now quickly accompany me to find the source spirit grass." Lu Weng didn't have the time to argue with Ling Xiao, so he immediately changed the subject. Ling Xiao stood up and patted his butt as he promised. "All right, this young master definitely won't shirk his promise." Ling Xiao and Lu Weng continued to walk deeper into the forest. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already been here for 8 days. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more strange treasures he saw, causing him to be dazzled. Unfortunately, Lu Weng was no longer helping him draw away those frightening spirit beasts, and he didn't dare to take the risk to snatch them himself. His heart was truly dripping blood. At this moment, Lu Weng finally found what he was looking for. It was an unremarkable vine that looked like it had withered. There was nothing special about it. Who would have thought that such a withered vine was actually a spirit grass that was stained with the origin source? Ling Xiao stared at that withered vine very seriously. In the end, he finally distinguished that this was actually a rank 7 high-rank false withered grass. The so-called pseudo-withered grass was just like its name. It looked like a withered grass, and it didn't emit any spiritual energy fluctuations. Ordinary people would generally treat it as an ordinary withered vine. In fact, it contained a rich life force and was one of the most valuable spirit herbs of the wood attribute. He didn't expect Lu Weng to be so powerful that he could recognize one of the most difficult spirit herbs in the world. This type of spiritual herb was usually accompanied by a type of 7th-grade spirit beast, known as the false grass snake. "We've finally found something good. Let's split the work like last time. I'll draw away that little snake, and you help me get the false withered grass." Lu Weng's eyes flashed with excitement. "No problem." Ling Xiao nodded excitedly. Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao's excited expression and said, "You won't keep it for yourself after obtaining it, right? Am I as bad as you make me out to be? Since you don't believe me, then forget about it." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. "All right, then let's begin." Lu Weng nodded. Afterwards, it turned into a large tree, and vines began to spread out. When he saw this, Ling Xiao recalled the situation in the Illusion Valley. At that time, he had almost died. Under Lu Weng's strange actions, a snake that wasn't very large appeared. This snake was only 2 meters long, and its body was only as thick as an arm. Its entire body was green, and only its eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. If it didn't move, then no one would be able to detect its existence. Its color was no different from the weeds. Lu Weng used a large number of vines to bind the false grass snake, and then quickly dragged it in a certain direction. Since the false grass snake was a high-rank 7th-rank spirit beast, it naturally wouldn't be so easily restrained. With a hiss, its body suddenly swelled up, and from a small snake that was as thick as an arm, it became so large that 2 people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. The vines binding it were instantly torn apart. Not only that, but it actually opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lu Weng's tree branch. Lu Weng didn't even think about it and quickly fled. Ling Xiao originally thought that the false grass snake would immediately chase after him, but unfortunately, he and Lu Weng were wrong. The false grass snake didn't fall for their trap, and instead looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was originally hiding under a large tree, and he thought that he was absolutely safe. Unfortunately, when he felt the false grass snake's cold gaze, he felt a chill run through his body. "Damn, it can't have discovered me, right?" Ling Xiao said while patting his chest. At this moment, he wanted to immediately flee. That's right, the false grass snake had indeed discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Spirit snakes were different from other spirit beasts in distinguishing things. They didn't rely on auras to detect the existence of living beings, but rather on the auras emitted by their bodies. Even though Ling Xiao had restrained his aura, his body had long since been covered in the smell of sweat from the continuous days of fleeing. The false grass snake had sensed him the moment he arrived in its territory. It just didn't pay attention to him. Many high-rank spirit snakes were very arrogant, and in its eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was very weak. He was like an ant that wasn't worthy of its attention. Of course, if a living being wanted its spirit herbs, then it wouldn't let it go. "Damned human, come out or I'll eat you," the false grass snake said. When Ling Xiao heard this voice, his legs went soft, and he anxiously thought, "Oh no, I've really been discovered. What should I do?" Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible to escape now, so he could only brace himself and walk out from behind the tree with a smile on his face. He then cupped his hands towards the false grass snake and said, "Ahaha, hello brother snake." If one didn't know the situation, they would think that Ling Xiao and the false grass snake were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The false grass snake shrunk its body and stared at Ling Xiao as it asked, "Human, you aren't afraid of me?" "Why would I be afraid of you? Humans and animals, and spirit beasts are friends. It's fate that we met," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He looked calm on the surface, but if one paid a little attention, they would notice that his legs were constantly trembling. The false grass snake sneered, "Haha, humans and spirit beasts are natural enemies, but you actually say that they are friends? Do you think this snake monarch is easy to deceive?" "Haha, brother snake is really smart. It seems that I can't deceive brother snake anymore. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now. I've disturbed brother snake, please forgive me." Ling Xiao laughed a few times and retreated step by step. Just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, a long tongue spat towards him. Ling Xiao was so scared that he jumped to the side and shouted, "Brother snake, if you have something to say it slowly. Don't be rough, it will affect brother snake's handsome image." The false grass snake coldly snorted, "Humph, you can stay here and be my human pet. For thousands of years, no human has dared to step into my territory. You are the first, so I won't eat you." "Brother snake, that won't do. Your Qilin prince and I are friends, good brothers. I've come to find him, so if he finds out that you've captured me to be your human pet, you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao repeatedly waved his hand. In his heart he shouted, "Damned Lu Wang, hurry up and save me." "Haha, how could my prince know a lowly human like you? If you dare lie to me again, I'll immediately eat you." The false grass snake disdainfully laughed. The beast race valued bloodlines, so how could their prince, who had a noble status, know such a lowly human? Therefore, it simply didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. At this time, Lu Wang's rescue came. The green vines transformed into spiritual snakes and wrapped around the fake grass snake. "Damned stinky tree, you're courting death. I'll definitely eat your essence." The false grass snake was enraged and its body grew larger once more. Its body flipped a few times and immediately broke the green vines. It then spat out a thick green liquid from its mouth towards Lu Wang. This time Lu Wang didn't retreat. It instantly formed countless leaves to block the green liquid. Sizzle! The green liquid actually had a strong corrosive nature, and it directly pierced through the leaves. Lu Wang let out a strange cry and hastily retreated once more. Ling Xiao had long since fled when Lu Wang attacked the false grass snake. Unfortunately, the false grass snake seemed determined to capture Ling Xiao and bring him back to be its human pet. It gave up on chasing Lu Wang and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in a few leaps. Its tail lightly whipped. Bang! Ling Xiao's body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed all over the ground. "Let's see how you escape now." The false grass snake arrived in front of Ling Xiao and used its body to tie him up. Ling Xiao's entire body was in excruciating pain. His waist had been broken, and he was now being strangled by the false grass snake. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Seeing that he was about to be stuffed into the snake's stomach, Ling Xiao fought back with all his might. Blue demon flames instantly ignited on his body. Sizzle! Hiss! The heavenly flames burned the snake's body, causing it to feel pain. It had no choice but to let go of Ling Xiao. The false grass snake didn't expect that this lowly human would be able to fight back even though he was about to die. It continuously rolled its body in an attempt to extinguish the heavenly flames on its body. Unfortunately, once it came into contact with heavenly flames, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish them. However, the false grass snake was also quite amazing. In order to save its life, it instantly shed its snakeskin. After shedding a layer of its skin, the false grass snake's vitality was greatly damaged. It was also extremely angry. "Damned human, I'm going to eat you." Just as it was about to bite the dying Ling Xiao, a figure descended from the sky. That person arrived behind the snake's body, grabbed its tail, and lightly swung it. The false grass snake was unexpectedly flung far away uncontrollably. "Damn it, who dares to ruin the snake sovereign's business?" The false grass snake stopped moving and loudly cursed. However, when it returned to its original position and saw that person clearly, its eyes revealed a deep fear. Then it crawled on the ground and respectfully said to that person, "Greetings, Lord Flaming Tiger." Chapter 503. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a brawny man who was more than 3 meters tall. This brawny man was very burly, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. His upper body was bare, and the distinct muscles on his body seemed to be filled with infinite explosive power. His lower body was wrapped in tiger skin, and a tiger tail as thick as an arm was coiled around his waist. From the outside, he looked no different from a human, but if one paid a little attention, they would be able to see the differences between him and a human. His tail was too obvious, and the fluffy chest hair on his chest was too thick. His pointy ears were all revealing the characteristics of his original form. Rank 6 spirit beasts could fly, rank 7 spirit beasts could speak, and rank 8 spirit beasts could transform into human form. This guy in front of them was not a human, but an earth flaming tiger, an 8th rank spirit beast. The earth flaming tiger ignored the fake grass snake and looked at Ling Xiao, who was about to die on the ground. It muttered, "This human is so weak. How could he be a friend of His Royal Highness? This is really strange." When the fake grass snake heard this, its body trembled nonstop. Is this human really a friend of His Royal Highness? At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was suffused with a rich golden light, and a noble aura was emitted. The earth flaming tiger's eyes revealed a look of shock as it said, He actually has the aura of the Dragon God clan. No wonder he could be a friend of His Royal Highness." Even the pseudo-grass snake, who was standing at the side, was surprised. Although it did not use its full strength in that attack, even a rank 5 spirit beast would be smashed to death. However, not only did this human not die, his aura seemed to be gradually recovering, and he even had the aura of the dragons. This made it a little afraid. If this person was really a human friend of His Royal Highness, then it would be terrible. The ancient emperor's divine technique was a god-level technique. After Ling Xiao had absorbed the 9-headed dragon snake's dragon's bloodline, he had already set the technique right. Its power was also obviously several times stronger than before. Moreover, after more than a year of concentrated cultivation, the 4th transformation of the ancient emperor's divine technique had already reached the intermediate level, and its recovery ability had also been greatly enhanced. Ling Xiao had not suffered such a serious injury for a long time. Now it was the perfect time to display the true healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine technique. Ling Xiao was now completely unconscious. In addition to the ancient emperor divine technique, the 3 parts returning to origin chi was also quietly circulating, and the healing speed was not too slow. With the 2 divine arts working in tandem, it would be hard for Ling Xiao not to recover even if he didn't want to. Gradually Ling Xiao regained his senses. He didn't even think about it and immediately used the ancient emperor's divine art to heal as fast as possible. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao could finally sit up. Looking at the tower-like man and the miniature grass snake in front of him, Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of threat. He could tell at a glance that the iron tower-like man was definitely not a human, but a spirit beast that had taken human form. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had the urge to pass out immediately. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken this risk. Ling Xiao thought regretfully. He thought that it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the depths with his own abilities, but now he realized that he was wrong. The high-rank spirit beasts here were more terrifying than he had imagined. The most depressing thing was that Lu Wang, that old man, was actually so afraid of death that he even abandoned him and slipped away. Human, are you alright? The earth flame tiger asked with a loud and clear voice. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he replied, I won't die for now. He couldn't understand what this fellow was doing. Could it be that he wanted him to be a human pet as well? Thinking of this, his hair stood on end. This fellow was obviously male, and he was also a man. The thought of two males together made Ling Xiao have the urge to vomit. It's good that you're fine. I'll take you to see His Royal Highness. The earth flame tiger said. His Royal Highness? Ha, I told you that Zizai wouldn't forget this big brother. Ling Xiao jumped up happily and shouted. Ah! As soon as Ling Xiao jumped up, he couldn't help but exclaim because of the injuries on his body. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to fall to the ground, the fake grass snake instantly scuttled behind Ling Xiao and acted as a meat cushion. Ling Xiao felt that he was on top of the snake's meat, so he immediately jumped up and said vigilantly, Brother Snake, are you going to eat me? The fake grass snake hurriedly said, This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that you were His Royal Highness friend. If His Royal Highness found out that it bullied his friend, it would probably lose its life. Brother Snake, what you said is wrong. Didn't I just tell you that I was His Royal Highness friend? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying. Spirit beasts wouldn't lie, but the fake grass snake was about to cry. How could it have imagined that the noble prince would be friends with a lowly human? Honorable guest, I was wrong. I thought you were lying. The fake grass snake explained. However, the earth flaming tiger coldly snorted and took 2 steps forward to grab the snake's tail. It roared. How dare you disrespect His Royal Highness friend? How dare you? After saying that, he threw the fake grass snake towards the ground. Bang bang. The fake grass snake was continuously smashed into the ground by the earth flaming tiger, making a series of strong vibrations. The ground was smashed into several cracks, and it was obvious that the earth flaming tiger wanted to kill the fake grass snake. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to see it, so he said, Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. Let it go. Humans and spirit beasts were natural enemies. Ling Xiao had rashly come to the other's territory and wanted to pick the fake grass snake, so the other would definitely respond. The earth flaming tiger coldly snorted and smashed the fake grass snake's entire body into the ground. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, Will that snake die just like that? However, just as this thought emerged, it was like a snake's head had popped out. There was blood at the corner of the fake grass snake's mouth, and it looked weak. It seemed like it had just suffered a serious injury. This was a high-rank 7 spirit beast, but it was beaten to the point that it didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If such a spirit beast were to be born, the vast Northwest and Southern Territory would probably face a disaster. Ling Xiao now deeply felt that his strength was still far from being able to compete with them. Let's go, honorable guest. The earth flaming tiger ignored the fake grass snake and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and was about to leave with the earth flaming tiger. However, at this moment, the fake grass snake opened its mouth and said, Honorable guest, wait. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the pitiful fake grass snake. The earth flaming tiger glared at the fake grass snake and said, Haven't you been beaten up enough? Do you want me to eat you up before you're satisfied? No. Lord Flaming Tiger, I have something to give to the honorable guest. The fake grass snake hurriedly explained. Then it gently swayed its body and pulled the nearby pseudo-withered grass over. I'll give this little thing to the honorable guest. I believe it will be of some use to you. The fake grass snake said respectfully. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and said, How can I accept this? Although he said he was embarrassed, in reality, his hand had already impatiently reached out to receive the pseudo-withered grass. The pseudo-withered grass was a good item, and it was a precious spirit herb to would attribute martial artists. It would be strange if Ling Xiao didn't want it. With the fake grass snake respectfully sending off Ling Xiao and the earth flaming tiger rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Originally, the earth flaming tiger requested to fly with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao rejected it. He used his injuries as an excuse and chose to walk instead of flying. The earth flaming tiger also said that it could carry Ling Xiao on its back. However, Ling Xiao rejected it once again, saying that he wasn't used to riding on someone else's back. When the earth-flaming tiger saw Ling Xiao's insistence, it didn't say anything else. Who didn't know that Ling Xiao was secretly laughing? With the earth-flaming tiger as his escort, he could properly plunder this place. Once Ling Xiao discovered a high-grade spirit herb, he walked over without hesitation and said, "If this kind of weed is left in nature, it will pollute the environment. As a peace-loving emissary who loves to protect the environment, I have the obligation to exterminate it." Ling Xiao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness and collected all the stalks of high-grade spirit herbs. The spirit beasts guarding the area didn't dare to make any moves. Who asked him to have the existence of the earth-flaming tiger by his side? After a day of walking, the injuries on Ling Xiao's body were mostly healed. At the same time, he also harvested a large pile of 5th and 6th level spirit herbs. He also obtained a few stalks of 7th level spirit herbs. Each stalk was simply priceless. The earth-flaming tiger saw all of this, but it didn't care. Since he was a friend of His Royal Highness, then he was a friend of the beasts. Naturally, it wouldn't be stingy with these spirit herbs. After harvesting for a day, Ling Xiao didn't delay any further. He told the earth-flaming tiger that his injuries were healed and he could fly. Then Ling Xiao summoned the blue water dragon. The blue water dragon didn't dare to make a sound when facing the earth-flaming tiger, but it didn't lower its proud head. After all, it had the noble bloodline of dragons in its body. While flying, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Tiger, why didn't your Royal Highness come to welcome me personally?" With his friendship with the prodigal, if the prodigal knew that he was coming, he would definitely come personally. Could it be that the prodigal had changed? The earth-flaming tiger replied, "I don't know. I was only ordered to come and pick you up." "I see," Ling Xiao replied, but his heart was filled with doubts. The two of them flew quickly for a day and arrived in a dense red forest. This dense forest was filled with a strong fire attribute. Even an earth sovereign would be vaporized by the high concentration of air. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't dare to go near easily. The blue water dragon let out waves of uncomfortable cries. Ling Xiao could only keep it. His entire body was covered in heavenly fire, isolating the heat from the flames outside. However, at this time, the blue demon fire pearl in his sea of knowledge showed signs of wanting to leave his sea of knowledge again. Trying to steal food again? Stay here obediently, or I'll cripple you. Ling Xiao ordered the blue demon fire pearl. The blue demon fire pearl had such a strong urge, so Ling Xiao was sure that there was an extreme yang flame inside. Otherwise, the blue demon fire pearl wouldn't be so excited. "All right, esteemed guest, I'll send you here. You can go in," the earth-flaming tiger said to Ling Xiao. Its eyes were filled with respect as it looked at the fiery forest in front of him. "Flaming tiger, come in with him." A faintly discernible voice leisurely rang out from the dense forest. Chapter 504. Hearing that voice, the earth-flame tiger's body trembled lightly, unable to conceal the excited expression on its face. This place was the beast race's most mysterious and most sacred place. It was the place where they, the Beast Emperor, as well as a group of imperial family members resided. Miscellaneous spirit beasts originally did not have the qualifications to enter. Now that it heard that it was summoned inside, how could it not be excited? For a moment, the earth-flame tiger's gaze when looking at Ling Xiao was greatly different again. The two descended for a while, and the earth-flame tiger brought Ling Xiao and walked into the dense forest. Facing the feeling here, Ling Xiao felt that the situation here was similar to the Blazing Valley previously. It was just that the situation here was much more terrifying and vile than the Blazing Valley. There were intense flames everywhere here. Although these flames were not as ferocious as the earth-rank fire, they were much more terrifying than ordinary flames. If an ordinary alchemist could collect some of the fire seeds here, it would be enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of the heavenly fire. Otherwise, how could he withstand such high temperature here? Looking at the stalks of fire element spirit trees and spirit herbs in the surroundings, Ling Xiao was endlessly tongue-tied. These were all good stuff above tier 5 or 6. There were even quite a number that had already reached tier 7. Burning lotus flower. Ling Xiao inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fire-colored spirit flower. This spirit flower was very special. Its petals were swaying like flames, vivid and lifelike. It made people deeply attracted at a glance. Even the earth flame tiger by the side was attracted by that spirit flower. The thick longing in its eyes was not concealed at all. This was a Tier 8 fire attribute spirit flower. This kind of spirit flower of this rank was already considered a rare supreme grade in the world. To any fire attribute person or spirit beast, it was filled with utmost temptation. Ling Xiao suppressed his impulse and followed the earth flame tiger through several mountain peaks, arriving in the middle of a turf. Could it be here? Ling Xiao looked around and did not discover anything special about this turf. However, when he and the earth flame tiger stepped into the center of the turf, a smear of brilliance bloomed. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, he discovered that he had already arrived in another world. This heaven and earth made Ling Xiao stupefied on the spot. This was definitely the most beautiful paradise he had ever seen in his life. The spiritual mountain was misty, and it looked very handsome. The lush green trees gently swayed in the wind, as if they were nodding to welcome guests. Many spiritual birds were playing in the air, looking as if they had nothing to do with the world. The upside-down waterfall made a cheerful sound, which brought the trickling stream endless power and source. The spiritual grasses and flowers on both sides of the stream gave off a fresh smell, making people involuntarily take a deep breath. Not far away, there was a hut that looked very simple and crude, but it gave off a natural and refined sense of beauty that separated them from this world. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. This is the territory of the divine beast Qilin? Ling Xiao's heart was filled with doubts. Welcome, honored guests, to my humble abode. A benevolent old man who looked like a neighbor had appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the earth flame tiger, and said with a faint smile. The earth flame tiger trembled and immediately knelt before the old man, calling out respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Huasha." Elder Huasha. Ling Xiao almost laughed out loud in his heart. This old man actually had such a name. He really had a personality. However, he still held back and bowed to the old man. "Greetings, Elder." Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for a few years, but your strength has advanced quickly. The old man praised Ling Xiao with a smile. Elder, you've seen me before? Ling Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. He had no impression of this old man. That's not important. What's important is that you can come here. The old man kept him in suspense. Then he made a leading gesture and said, "Let's go to my humble abode and have a seat." Ling Xiao nodded and could only follow the old man. The earth flame tiger fell behind them and followed respectfully from behind. The hut that was built with 1,000-year-old bamboo appeared very quiet, and the simple furnishings appeared very elegant. Looking at the ordinary tea and fruits on the table, Ling Xiao had the urge to cry. Why did he feel like he had returned to a commoner's home? Wasn't this the Beast King's territory? What was placed in front of him should be top-grade nectar and high-grade spirit fruits. How could it be such ordinary goods? The old man poured a cup of tea for Ling Xiao and said, "Please have some tea." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. In any case, he was currently in a fog and couldn't figure out the situation. So he might as well let nature take its course. When the tea flowed into his organs, Ling Xiao only felt a sense of comfort. All the tension and fatigue in his body and mind immediately disappeared. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good tea!" The old man stroked his beard in satisfaction and said with a faint smile, "It's good that you like it." Ling Xiao couldn't help but pour himself another cup, but when he drank it again, he didn't feel the same as before. Drinking a cup of tranquil tea every day is enough. Drinking more is useless, the old man said with a smile. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly and put down the teacup. Then he went straight to the point and said, "I'm here to look for Zizai. I wonder if I can see him." Zizai is a good name. I remember you used to call him the prodigal, the old man said. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "That was just a joke. Just a joke." What a joke. If he was willing to call him that in front of the prodigal's elder, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, he really couldn't understand why this old man seemed to know everything about him. "I think you deserve this name. That little fellow is indeed a prodigal." The old man replied unexpectedly. Ling Xiao was a little stunned, but he didn't reply. Before he sees you, I have something to say to you, the old man said with a serious expression. Go ahead, Ling Xiao replied. My Qilin celestial race has existed since the beginning of the world. We used to dominate a region, and formed a balance of 9 legs with the other celestial races. Later, with the rise of various foreign races, the position of the 9 celestial races was severely challenged, and the world began to fall into disputes. At that time, your human ancestors were still very weak and were not taken seriously by the various celestial races. However, you humans gradually grew stronger and eventually became the dominant race in this world, while our celestial race gradually declined due to the years of disputes. As a result, the bloodlines of the various races withered, and our inheritance was almost lost, the old man said faintly. He paused for a moment and took a sip of tea before continuing. Because of this, the various celestial races all retreated into seclusion to recuperate and strive to restore their prosperity as soon as possible. However, our Qilin celestial race's reproduction ability is too weak, so after hundreds of thousands of years of recuperation, we are much weaker than the other celestial races. When the old man said these words, his expression was more or less desolate. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. He really didn't know why the old man was saying these things to him. In order for our race to become strong again, we have placed all our hopes on Zizai. He is the future emperor of our race, the old man emphasized. Yes, I believe that Zizai has this ability. Ling Xiao nodded in response. He recalled the battle between the wastrel and the lunar wind beast. The wastrel's tenacious character was still vivid in his mind until now. Even so, it's still not enough to rely on just himself. The old man changed the topic and said, Then old man, what countermeasures do you have? Ling Xiao followed the old man's words and asked. The old man said, Our Qilin race has a total of 5 major races, namely the metal, wood, water, fire and earth races. Before our 5 races retreated into seclusion, there was internal strife that caused the 5 races to split up. If our 5 races can be united again, our Qilin race will definitely not be inferior to the other celestial races. You want Zizai to be the emperor of the 5 races. When Ling Xiao heard the old man's words, he immediately understood what he meant. The old man smiled in satisfaction and said, Talking to you humans is really convenient. That's right, that's the reason. Zizai's responsibility is not light. Then can I see him now? Ling Xiao asked with a sigh. Of course, but before you see him, you must promise me one thing. The old man said. Tell me about it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse, Ling Xiao replied. Straightforward. I know that your relationship with Zizai is not ordinary. This time, I will allow Zizai to go with you, but you must help Zizai unify our Qilin race. The old man slapped his thigh and said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned green. The Qilin race were all divine beasts, and every single Qilin had extraordinary battle strength. What qualifications did he have to participate in their internal strife? However, for the sake of his good brother, he could only brace himself and say, Junior's strength is meager. I'm afraid that even though I have the heart, I don't have the strength. You don't need to worry about that. Since you are the person chosen by our clan's prince, then you have the qualifications to do this. The old man refuted. I can promise you this, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to do it. When the time comes, you can't blame me. Ling Xiao spoke the ugly words first. Of course, if you can help Zizai accomplish this, then you will be a true friend of our Qilin race. No matter what difficulties you encounter, our Qilin race will stand by your side. The old man promised. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's spirits were lifted. If he could obtain the help of the Qilin race, then there would be no problem for him to move unhindered throughout the world. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart soared. Alright, I will take you to see Zizai now. I believe that he will be very happy to know that you have come, the old man said. Ling Xiao nodded and followed the old man out. When Ling Xiao arrived outside the thatched cottage, the old man grabbed his hand. Before he could understand what the old man wanted to do, he had already arrived in another region. Looking at the deep sea of flames in front of him, Ling Xiao felt as if he had arrived at the 18th level of purgatory. This was simply the scene of the end of the world. Everywhere was filled with lava, and the temperature was frighteningly high. The demon blue fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was becoming more and more eager to charge out. Ling Xiao clearly felt that the flames here were even more terrifying than the earth-ranked flame-brown nether flame he had seen before. Chapter 505. A sea of fire lingered, and fire-attributed spiritual energy soared to the sky. In the middle of this sea of fire, there was a palace. This palace was majestic and magnificent, and at the same time, it did not lose the traces of the passage of time, giving people a feeling of all-encompassing mysteriousness. "This is the cultivation place of our Fire Qilin clan," the old man said lightly. Ling Xiao looked at the palace, and his heart was filled with shock. He really did not expect that the Qilin clan would actually build this kind of palace. He could feel a strong sense of oppression from where he stood, and he could sense that this palace was surrounded by an extremely powerful restrictive formation. If he rashly approached it, he would probably be blasted to pieces. In addition, although the demon blue fire bead was suppressed by him and did not fly out, waves of dense fire-attributed spiritual energy were constantly surging towards him. For a moment, with him as the center, there was a continuous stream of flames burning towards him. The blue flames on his body automatically emerged and engulfed those flames. After a while, Ling Xiao felt a large amount of fire-attributed spiritual energy enter his sea of consciousness, and a small amount of fire-attributed spiritual energy entered his whirlpool dantian, strengthening his body's energy. Ling Xiao almost laughed out in joy. He felt that if he cultivated here, he would probably have a new breakthrough very soon. The old man looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment, and then lightly waved his hand in front of him, and the sea of fire immediately split into two. "Let's go." The old man looked at Ling Xiao, who was absorbing the fire-attributed energy, and said. Ling Xiao returned to his senses, and hurriedly followed the old man in. In the palace, there was a tens of meters tall statue of a fire qilin. This fire qilin faced the sky and let out a long roar. It was majestic, and there was no doubt that it was a divine beast. Ling Xiao and the statue's eyes met, and he only felt his body and mind tremble. It was as if he saw an ancient divine beast pouncing towards him, and it opened its mouth to bite down on his head. He only felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and he could not move at all. He could only flaunt his might. In front of it, he seemed to become so insignificant, so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. His strength was of no use at all. "Boss, is that you?" A clear young voice rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao shuddered and all the illusions in his mind disappeared, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man with a bare upper body walking towards him. This youth looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. His facial features were extremely beautiful, and his face was filled with determination. His flame-like hair gave him a wild attitude, and his bronze-colored muscles were filled with unlimited energy. You're a prodigal?" Ling Xiao looked at the friendly young man in front of him, and asked curiously. "It's me. Boss, why are you here?" The young man's face lit up as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. The two of them hugged each other tightly. "Good boy, you're much cooler than me now." Ling Xiao pushed the prodigal away and punched him in the chest. Although the prodigal had turned into a human, Ling Xiao could still feel that familiar feeling. "Boss, you must be joking. I'm not used to this appearance," the prodigal said shyly as he scratched his head. "All right, if you want to catch up, you have to leave this place first," the old man beside him said. "Greetings, third grandpa." The prodigal then remembered to greet the old man beside him. "Good, seeing that your strength has improved greatly, your first grandpa and second grandpa will definitely be very happy," the old man said as he stroked his beard. Then he said, "Now that your boss is here, it's time for you to go out and explore." I can really leave?" the prodigal asked happily. From the looks of it, he did not want to stay here. "Of course, you've already received the patriarch's inheritance. Actually, I should have let you go out long ago. It's just that the people outside are sinister, and I was afraid that you would be taken advantage of. Now that your boss is taking care of you, Your grandpa's and I can rest assured, the old man replied. Haha, I can finally go out. I've been here for 3 years, and I'm almost out of my mind. The prodigal laughed maniacally. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Boss, you're really my lucky star. I wanted to find you earlier, but I didn't expect you to come first. This is great. Ling Xiao looked at the excited prodigal and patted his shoulder. We haven't seen each other for a few years. I thought you didn't remember Boss anymore. Now it's time for us 2 brothers to go out and conquer the world. Of course, but Boss, you're still a little weak now. But don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll eat him up, the prodigal said with a sense of brotherhood. A few black lines appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Among the human warriors, people of his age and strength were already rare. Yet he was still called a little weak by the prodigal. It really made him want to cover his face and cry. The 3 of them left the Qilins' land of inheritance and returned to the paradise filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Ling Xiao was placed in the old man's hut, and the old man brought the prodigal to bid farewell to his elders. A day later, the prodigal appeared in front of Ling Xiao, dressed in human clothes. Seeing the prodigal dressed in fiery red clothes, Ling Xiao almost laughed his teeth out. A originally handsome young man was actually turned into a beautiful young lady. It had to be said that the Qilin race had a deep understanding of human culture. Boss, why do I feel uncomfortable all over? The prodigal said as he shrugged his body. It's okay, you'll get used to it if you wear it more, Ling Xiao said as he held back his laughter. He was thinking that if he brought this beautiful little girl out, who knew how many livestock he could attract. Alright, you can leave now. When you're done with your business, come back here again, the old man said from the side. Third grandpa, please tell the other grandpas that I will definitely not let them down, the prodigal said very seriously. That's good. This trip is full of danger. You must take care, the old man said with concern. Then Ling Xiao and the prodigal left the paradise. At this time, Ling Xiao only knew that this was another world separated by the Qilin race using spatial power. No wonder it was different from the outside world. Just outside, the flaming tiger immediately knelt down and bowed to the prodigal. Your Highness. The prodigal glanced at the flaming tiger and said lightly, Get up. Elder Huasha asked me to escort your Highness out, the flaming tiger said. The prodigal ignored the flaming tiger and said to Ling Xiao, Let's go, boss. Ling Xiao nodded and left with the prodigal. The flaming tiger followed behind. When they were about to leave the fiery forest, Ling Xiao said to the prodigal, Zizai, boss wants to pluck some fire-type spirit herbs from here. It should be fine, right? Ling Xiao would not forget about those high-level fire-type spirit herbs. The prodigal did not care about those and said, Boss, if you like, just pluck them. It's a waste for them to grow there anyway. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately plucked those 5th level to 7th level spirit herbs. Of course, he did not forget to pluck the burning lotus as well. The flaming tiger at the side stared blankly. After harvesting close to 100 fire-type spirit herbs, Ling Xiao was so happy that he almost went crazy. With the prodigal's protection, he could not help but think of plundering on the way back later. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really an insatiably greedy person. At the same time, with these spirit herbs, he could exchange them for the spirit herbs he needed in the 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron. Oh right, Zizai, what's your strength now? Ling Xiao asked the prodigal. Spirit beasts could only transform at the 8th level. He did not believe that the prodigal had reached such a high level in just a few years. I just reached the low level of the 6th level, the prodigal said dejectedly, as if he was not satisfied with his current strength. Ling Xiao was speechless. He remembered that when the prodigal left him, he was only at the mid-level of the 4th level. Now he had actually reached the low level of the 6th level. This speed was so fast that even he felt envious. You can transform into a human at the 6th level? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can after eating the transformed grass, the prodigal replied. I see. I thought you had reached the 8th level. Oh right, I'll keep this for you, Ling Xiao said suddenly. Then he took out a few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals and handed them to the prodigal. The prodigal was overjoyed and took them without hesitation. Boss is still the best to me. Then he directly threw the supreme-grade fire mystic crystals into his mouth and ate them. The flaming tiger at the side revealed a greedy look again. He was also of the fire attribute, so he needed these supreme-grade pure energy crystals very much. In just a moment, the few pieces of fire mystic crystals were destroyed by the prodigal, and his body emitted a fiery aura. It's delicious, but it's a pity that there's still some left. Boss, do you have any more? The prodigal said with a chuckle. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding. He had forgotten that this fellow was born to be a prodigal. These few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals were gone just like that. He had thought that he would save some to eat. Now a few pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals were not even enough for him to eat a meal. If he took these pieces of supreme-grade fire mystic crystals out to exchange for spirit herbs, he could at least exchange for a few stalks of 5th or 6th level spirit herbs. No more, I didn't get many back then. Ling Xiao said as he spread his hands. He would never admit that he still had more, or else there would definitely not be any left. Forget it, then I'll just eat these indigestible essences. The prodigal did not pester him. 2 6th level beast cores appeared in his hands, and he threw them into his mouth like candy. Ling Xiao was not surprised. He knew that the prodigal needed an extremely large amount of energy to advance. Do you have any fire attribute beast cores? Ling Xiao asked the prodigal. Yes, the prodigal answered, and a few fire attribute beast cores appeared in his hands. Do you have any that are 8th level and above? Ling Xiao took a look and said unhappily, Boss, you're too ruthless. There aren't many 8th level ones in stock. The prodigal took out more than 10 of them, a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao was speechless. This was not many. Ling Xiao took 2 and handed them to the flaming tiger beside him. Brother Tiger, this is for you. The flaming tiger's body trembled. This? How can this be? Boss told you to take it, so just take it, the prodigal said from the side. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, boss. The flaming tiger thanked him happily. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.